Okay, today we are going to update some Linux scripts. A couple things I've noticed when I've been looking at Linux systems. Big things are I always set up my fonts, and I'd like that to automatically happen. So probably do like a GIMP repo or something, and then I think we need to write some script foo to fix my GIMP in 3.0. Been like putting this off forever, but if I want to use Wayland, I have to just give up on GIMP 2.1. I don't know. So that should be fun. Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning, all. Man, oh man, I've been just on the struggle bus this morning. That's how it goes. Also, for some odd reason, my hotkey is not working for the menu system in Omarkey. Maybe like an update would fix that. I'm not 100% on that. We'll have to look at that. Because, yeah, they usually have like a little update system here you could do. Which is weird. And I kind of want to modify that too. So, yeah. How's the Linux book coming? Almost done. Just speaking of that, Enron, since you mentioned it. So we've got pretty much there. Why Linux, which is like an explanation with a breakdown of distributions, rolling release versus stable release. You got what Linux is made of, which is bootloader, display, renderer, display manager, desktop environments, window manager, package management, and then the types of different installs where all of it's bundled in. Some of it's where it's piecemeal, some of it's just like expert installs where you just do minimal things where you omit entire pieces of this puzzle, and it kind of goes through the progression of that, like 1,000-foot view on that guy. So then bootloaders, you dive a little bit deeper where it shows, hey, here's all the configuration, here's the topology of like the configuration files and how it would actually go and do that. Fun fact about the bootloader though, a lot of people didn't realize this online. I thought it was common knowledge, but secure boot, I thought I was just kind of stating the obvious. Actually, I think it was over on X where I posted it. Yeah, it's up to like 1,000-something views, but Low Level TV tweeted, why do people hate secure boot? And I was like, well, obviously it's because Microsoft's the main certificate authority in secure boot. Even Linux bootloaders sign it. So they create something called a shim, and that shim is signed by Microsoft. And without that signature, and there has been points in history where that shim might have been compromised or Microsoft viewed it as compromised and revoked it. And when that happened, that meant every single Linux system that used it could no longer boot because they revoked the cert. So the main issue here is Microsoft could brick every single Linux install if they wanted to. And I don't think anybody should have that power. You might be thinking, well, just use a different certificate authority. Well, it's kind of freaking hard when every single manufacturer, the only one they have in there and is actually used by any Linux distribution is the Microsoft certificate authority. So Microsoft essentially controls all of secure boot. And I thought this was common knowledge, but apparently not. Apparently, I'm just sitting here, only one reading, I guess. I was like, why am I telling the internet this? This is silly. This is something the internet should already know. But yes, secure boot sucks. I hate it. It does offer some security, but not in. You give up so much for that little bit of security you get from it. Anyways, small rant. I had to go on because I saw that and I was like, oh my God. Anyways, going back to Linux boot. Here's all the configuration for grub, and I also go into system D configuration through here and what all that looks like. I didn't actually add secure boot instructions. Maybe I do that. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I never use secure boot just out of principle. Yeah, and today we're doing some scripts, Phoenix, so probably script foo for GIMP. I need to redo that. And then I don't know. We'll see. Something along those lines. Server CLI chapter in the Linux book will probably be... God, this is just starting to bloat up. There's just so much to go over with the server CLI. Like, that's what makes Linux good. Like, Linux desktop kind of sucks, in my opinion. The thing that makes it awesome is the CLI. Like, when people say, I just want to use the GUI, and I'm like, don't use Linux, man. It's just not for you. Use something different. Like, what makes Linux awesome is the CLI. Like, if you can't open a terminal and use a terminal, Linux isn't for you. I just maybe some use cases for like people that only want to use a browser, that might make sense. Or maybe like SteamOS is probably another use case where you don't necessarily need to use the terminal. But these are very much like atomic or immutable file systems that are never changeable. Using like Arch or something like that, and someone says I don't want to use the terminal, is like, what, bro? Did you not read what it is? Because you got to use the terminal. Like, you just go buy a Mac if you don't use Windows. Anyways, I'm sorry, I digress. This chapter, man, I just gotta keep adding crap to it. It's just like there's so much to add to it. But it gives like a basic breakdown of the structure, system D and how it's configured, using system-based services, user-based services, Bluetooth configuration, basic auto configuration, what that looks like. I don't really go into old school ALSA, PAVU, or Pulse setups. Most of this is Pipewire based Pulse type setups and how to essentially restart it and stuff like that. What that looks like, as most people will be doing that type of setup. So typically you do ALSA, Pulse Pipewire, and then also, that's about it. So ALSA, Pulse Pipewire, and then Pipewire itself. And that's about it. Oh, and also kind of touch about, like, some people still use like Pipewire Media Session. Don't ever use that. It's like deprecated. It hadn't been used in, years now. It was one of the very first iterations of Pipewire for a session manager. Everyone uses Wire Plumber now. I don't know if that's common knowledge or not, but I went ahead and kind of made a little tidbit about that. And then, like, I go into remote access and SSH, and then I was like, oh shit, it's starting to kind of bloat up. Remote desktop. So if you'd want to do like RDP or a VNC, I think I'd put Tiger VNC is probably the easiest one to do with an easy setup. So people could do that. Vino used to be pretty good when Ubuntu is like king. It kind of came baked in, but I didn't put that in here at all. And then this basic lamp stack for various things. I thought lamp stack's kind of essential because people still use it a lot, mainly for like WordPress and other things, but also lamp stacks are just good to know in general. I remember the whole XAMPP protocol. It was pretty good too. Why not PTY XIS terminal over GNOME terminal? It's all default on Fedora. Yeah, I think PTY XIS is Bazite's default terminal. I don't use either. I'm a big Alacrity fan. So, yeah. Anyhow, so that's like the server CLI selection. I could expand that, but honestly, this is going to be like the whole point of this. I need to get this first draft out and done and maybe have an editor look at it. I might just feed it to AI and just say, hey, is there any big errors here? Just fix it for me. And then just direct publish it. It's probably what I'll end up doing. So we'll probably do a version 1 of this, and I'll look to see, but there's 2 more chapters. I want to get at least 10 solid chapters. So that was chapter 4, and then chapter 5's drives and file systems. Basically, like, hey, what types are there? You know, you got ext4, xfs, betterfs, vfat, ntfs, swap. I left out like more obscure shit like riserfs and ZFS, I know a lot of people are like, God, you forgot ZFS. It's the best. Yes, I agree it's the best, but man, it's a pain in the ass to use in Linux, and there's so many licensing issues and other things to get ZFS going. It's just not worth it for teaching in this type of thing. ZFS, I think, is essential from a server perspective, but again, this is more of a Linux desktop guide. Should you use ZFS as your desktop? Probably not. But maybe I add it in the future. I kind of went back and forth on that, but I was like, nah, better not. Because certain distros really don't like ZFS, and certain distros you have to like build the Linux kernel to use, and then it's just like, I don't want to go into it. So I was just like, nah, I better leave it out. Let's see what else we got. Disk management tools, and I can just kind of go over all the CLI tools for disk management, mounting, unmounting, pretty basic stuff there. File system management, creating file systems. So typically, do we have? Ooh, you know what we're missing here? Partitioning. We have formatting, and we have mounting, and we have SS tab configuration, but nowhere did I actually partition the damn thing. Well, I kind of say here's these. Oh, see, this is a little backwards, I think. We're gonna have to fix that. Sorry, we're getting derailed already. Yeah, sure. Why not? All right, let's open recent Linux book. Is this up to date? Still have one. All right, great. So when we're looking at the drives, I probably would switch this around a little bit. So got that. We got the mounting, unmounting. So this section, let's actually take it and we're going to move it. Create the file systems, fine. View file system info, great. And what I want, when we got the mounting, unmounting, and FS tab, that should go. So you have, in my mind, you'd first partition, format, and then mount. So what we need, right after disk management tools, great. We would go drive partitioning. And for this, let's see. Partition a drive involves dividing into separate sections, each which can be managed independently. This is useful for organizing data, installing multiple operating systems, and creating dedicated space for specific tasks. It's a little wordy. I don't like wordy. More concise. So partition a drive involves. Let's go. Typically, all drives in 2025 and beyond should be partitioned in GPT. I would also say, what other guidance can I give on the partitioning? They require at least 2 partitions. Also wrong. One for EFI and another for the root file system. Yeah. Most Linux distributions require I won't say require, but I will say most Linux distributions make 3 partitions. One for EFI, one for root file system, and one for home directory. God bless. I don't know what Copilot's thinking. Telling a whole bunch of wrong shit. All right, so common partitioning tools. Fdisk. Managing allows that. Oh, these days, God, what should we use? I use sfdisk a bunch, but I know that's a little more obscure. I'm trying to think. Probably the best partitioning tool for... Well, let's ask. CLI partitioning tool for Linux. Let's see what it says. It's not parted. Fdisk is fine. It supports GPT now. It is MBR focused. Gdisk, yeah. CFdisk is kind of my go-to. SFdisk is also great for scripting. So I use Fdisk probably the most. I'd probably say CFdisk. Yeah, but I don't know if that's actually baked in. Is it on Arch by default? Let's go CFdisk. Let's go dev SDA. Yeah, it is. It is there by default. CFdisk is probably my recommendation. These are all just kind of meh. CFdisk. And let's go. Amended. Yeah, CFdisk could probably be my biggest recommendation. All right. Boom. Yeah, CFdiskers, I think there's just nothing better than CFdisk these days. Common mistakes. That's fine. Note. Well, yeah, that's probably a good thing to say as well. Probably... Oh, I hate doing this via words. Pictures would probably be better here. I'm trying to think the best way to throw this out. Yeah, so what I'm thinking here is we probably should add a picture. This is the source folder. I don't even think, do we have pictures? I don't even think I do. Do I? No. I don't want to add too many pictures, but think a picture for this is pretty much required. Although, you know what? We could do like a copy paste terminal output maybe. Could get formatted and jacked up though. Maybe like a block quote from the formatting on this to show it. Let me see. Yeah. You kind of just see the code. You don't really need it anymore. Let's quit. Do I have a blank? Oh, we have SDB. Here we go. All right, so here's a blank one. Perfect. I think what I'll probably do, like say new partition size, we would do 1G. Okay, let's just take that. So my idea here, let's try a code block to start off with, right? So we got the code block. Yeah. Well, let's just shift this over a little bit. So code block, free space. Example of new partition. Oh, this is not going to look good though. Damn it, I got to do a picture. I mean, I do like it, but it's just not. Partition command. I think it's just going to screw that up, though. Maybe it'll format it right. Let's see what this looks like. I think it'll be all right though. So idea. So here's the example as I'm thinking. So you do like a 1G partition for this. We got to change the type to an EFI partition typically. So you go EFI system, boom, and then for the next one you go new. Then typically I would do that's going to be a Linux file system type, and then you'd write that out. So then you just put your EFI partition on there. Everything would be great. Yeah. I don't know. Does CF disk do GPT by default? That's the other thing. I'm trying to think on the partition table what that would look like. CF disk partition table. Let's go help. So you got bootable, that's an MBR thing. There's no boot flag with UEFI and GPT disks. Delete partition, create a new partition in the free space, quit program, reduce, resize, fix partition order, change the partition type. T. It's just changing the partition type. Disk layout. Write partition table to disk. Must be an uppercase W. So with CF disk, what partition table will it choose? Let's see. What are we thinking? Okay, so if there is no partition table, it wouldn't actually prompt. It would prompt say, hey, do you want GPT or MBR at the very beginning? There's no way to change the table though, right? I'm trying to think. So let's say we delete this. Let's just delete these, right? Let's write that. Or she want to write the table? Yeah. So clear that out. But let's go CF disks. What are we gonna do with that? So if we look and say, what partition table does CF disk use by default? And how to change from MBR to GPT, or yeah. Well, I haven't ever used, I can't remember when I've done the partition table in CF disk. It'll prompt. Okay. Damn, they still have SGI and Sun for Spark systems. That's crazy. All right, if the disk already has a partition table, it will open whatever's present. Use the arrow key, select label. It will ask what kind of label you want. Choose GPT. Okay, so I guess it controls the partition table with the label. I don't necessarily like that. That doesn't make much sense to me, but... So let's say we were going... Oh, I don't even see label on here. It might have just made that shut up. Yeah, I don't even see label on here. Let's write it out to... sudo cf disk make label. I'm gonna change it to like a DOS. No, it didn't like that. Yeah, it lied to me. Try the dump option. All right, let's try the dump option. Dump partition table. Yeah, it's just gonna dump it to a script. So if we go uppercase W, or she want to write the table? Yes, but it's still going to be GPT. So yeah, I was just wondering how you change the partition table in CF disk. I've never actually done that, and almost all of the disks I've ever deal with these days are always GPT, and the only time this prompts is if it's uninitialized. I don't think it's a big deal. I just don't want to steer people the wrong way if they... I know there's going to be somebody out there that already has one in DOS, and then CF disk will just continue with that partition table, and then that person's going to get screwed when they try to boot. So, changing. Yeah. And I just don't see anywhere in here for changing the label. Darn. Yeah, I know it's already GPT, but I want to give it the worst case scenario. What happens if a noob opens up CF disk? I'm trying to think of when normal people use this, or let's say they're using my guide. I want to make sure that I take the worst case scenario and think of how that user might interact with it. I don't want to lead them down the wrong path. I know Linux people don't like this. Well, they should just destroy their whole system. That's just part of the journey. It's how most Linux users would react to this. But I don't want to screw people. So I want to have a little caveat carved out for people that have like old school MBR DOS based partition tables, and have CF disk change those. Yeah, it's weird. There's no option there. There is no option to change the partition table in CF disk. So once it's open with a valid one, it won't. If it doesn't have a partition table, it will prompt. But if a disk already has MBR, CF disk just opens in MBR mode. There's no in-menu option to switch. We could wipe FS, then open it up. So let's do a wipe FS just to have a caveat for this. So let's go sudo wipe fs dev sdb. Cool. So this should wipe it out, right? Right. Ah, I don't think that wiped it out, actually. It's a basic option. It's just not there. Yeah, all right, cool. So the -A flag is definitely needed. So now this is completely wiped out. SDB should not have anything in there. So now if we go, you see there's nothing. But now if we open up CF disk, it should prompt for a partition table. Perfect. GPT. Boom. And then everything's right with the world. Okay. So we need to specify that. Let's carve out a section for partition tables. Oh my god. That is too much information for a new user. It's not that bad. So you got partition tables used to find partition layouts for there's two main tapes, MBR, older partitions. MBR has a boot flag and the partition table is a 16 megabyte sector located at the start of the drive. This cannot be used for secure boot or UEFI boots. So that's a big thing. That's why I'm like, I want to MBR master boot record. AKA DOS. DOS table. DOS partition table. It can be known as both MBR and also DOS, depending on what it's referred to, but I just kind of want to specify those. An older partition scheme supports up to 2 terabytes, maximum of 4 primary partitions, MBR being phased out in GPT. MBR has a boot flag, 16 megs located at the front of the drive. This cannot be used for secure boot or UEFI boots. Probably another caveat that people should know about MBR. MBR can only be converted to GPT if there are no secondary, God, what is it called? Extended partitions. There must be a single, or no, is it 2 primaries? Shit. What's the partition scheme for converting from MBR to GPT? Maybe I'm overcomplicating this, but I'm thinking of every scenario that I've dealt with on partition schemes. People always screw this up too. Why not secure boot support? MBR doesn't support secure boot, period. Like, nobody should use MBR or DOS in 2025. Period. End of story. Use GPT. If you're not using GPT, you just don't know any better. May God have mercy on your soul. Just no. MBR is awful. Should never be used. Legacy boot should die. But master boot record GPT. What? If you're not using GPT, you're probably using U-boot? Everyone should use GPT, period. There's no 2025 scenario where GPT shouldn't be used at all. End of story. If you're not using GPT, you're doing it wrong. I'm not even gonna bother with configure. I'm not even bother with converted. I'm not gonna screw with this. Is trying to lay out, honestly, you're already lost cause on this side. You just don't convert from MBR. Just erase the damn disk, do a backup, load GPT. Just do a new partition table. So here's why. I know some people are like, well, you can do it. You just got to make sure the partition scheme is correct. You are only having primary partitions. You have enough partition that could be converted to an EFI partition. There's several like requirements to do the conversion from MBR to GPT. The reason why I'm omitting it is everyone screws it up. Even professionals screw this up. So that's where I'm like, you're not going to read this in a book and be able to do it. It's just not in your skill set. I can probably do it, but it's not something I'd recommend. I'd just wipe out the damn partition table. Right? I'm pretty sure there. So many IoT devices don't support GPT. What? What are you talking about? Everything supports GPT. Okay, we need to have a talk. We need to have a talk here. I don't think some people understand what we're going on here. Okay. There's legacy boot and there's UEFI boot. These are separate things from GPT partition tables and MBR partition tables. We're talking about the partition tables on the drive, not the boot. The boot is a whole separate thing. Now, you might be thinking, oh, if it's UEFI boot, it requires secure boot. No, that's not correct either. You have legacy boot and you have UEFI boot. Then you also have the partition tables underneath that. Typically, if you're using an MBR, you have to use legacy boot. But a UEFI is very universal and GPT can do a whole bunch of stuff. So you always want GPT. Just GPT partition tables are superior in every single way. When it comes to data recovery, GPT partition tables can be shifted around the damn drive. MBR partition tables are just awful. I think Microsoft was the one to create them. That explains a lot of why they're so jank. But essentially, an MBR partition table is 16 megs that sits at the very start of the drive, and once it gets corrupted, you're just totally screwed and boned. You don't ever want to use MBR. Recovery is terrible. Where a GPT, typically you have a lot of recovery options, and it's fantastic. You can have corruption at the very beginning of the sector, and frankly, you could just wipe that out and push it to the end, and it's fine. Where MBR is just bad. So there's no case where you don't use GPT. Yeah, GPT supported with legacy and UEFI modes. And yeah, like I had somebody in chat just say that you use it on IoT devices or IoT devices don't support. No, they do. Like, yeah, GPT should be used, period. Like, if you are formatting a drive and putting in a file system, never use MBR. Let's write that down. Like, never. There's no use case in 2025 for MBR. Full stop, period, end of story. Let's move on. Right? Everyone tracking. Unless somebody has a use case for it. But there isn't one. Okay. I don't use MBR, I don't use GPT. What are you doing? A fucking Sun microsystem? You're just trolling me now. You're just trolling me. Let's move on. You're using one or the other. All right. Moving on. Oh, God. Yeah, I woke up today and I was like, I choose violence. Let's go. There is no use case for MBR in Beyond. Do not use it. Boom. I'm just going to put it plain as day. I think that's just easy. You know what? We're going to go. This cannot be used for secure boot or UEFI boots. All right. I think what confuses people when they see UEFI boot, they think GPT, where GPT can do legacy boot, which is BIOS. Which this is also kind of confusing because legacy and BIOS are essentially the same thing, but you can use a GPT disk partition table to boot from them. Just the more you know. I still don't recommend it, but you can. All right. Modern partition scheme that supports disks larger than 2 terabytes allows for very unlimited GPU for partition for all new installs. Required for EFI partitions. GPT uses protective MBR to prevent older systems from misinterpreting the disk layout. GPT has a backup partition at the end of the drive, which provides redundancy and recovery options. It's capable of UEFI boot and secure boot options. So it's more redundant. You have way more options. You can do legacy if you absolutely want to. I don't know why you would, but if you do, it's an option. I do believe when you set up legacy on a UEFI, you still do need the 16 meg partition at the very beginning of the drive, and then it'll give both a legacy option and you can actually boot into UEFI on the same disk. A lot of people don't realize you can set up both on the same disk. A good example of this is like Ventoy does it by default. All right, so that should cover all partition tables. Before partitions, I recommend wiping the old partition table from the drive. From the disk using wipefs command. Boop. Perfect. Let's before doing that, let's go. All data is destroyed in this process. All right, cool. So then you got that. So you wipe the disk, boom, we're starting scratch. You launch CF disk, it'll prompt. You just learned about the difference between MBR or DOS partition tables and GPT. So then the person's like, okay, cool, GPT. Then they're partitioning the disk. Great. New partition table, 1G. Size, type, sectors. Probably would do type EFI for this. How do I explain creating the partition table? This is probably going to be too much. It's just not good. Yeah, installing like Windows 98. Oh god. I think we tried that on stream. It's kind of weird, like the emulation of some of the old stuff. I think specifically like Windows 95 is pretty jank. Like how they set all that up, man, it's kind of hard to emulate. So like some of the really old stuff from the late 90s, before they standardized a lot of the partitioning schemes, yeah, I mean, it got kind of wacky. You probably would need like a full-blown old school retro setup. But pretty much everything these days is all 64-bit, and it's going to have some type of, even if it doesn't have EFI boot and it's doing legacy boot, you can still do GPT. All right, so let's see. Do we have a partitioning scheme? Yeah. CF boot. Okay, cool. So for the CF disk partition, I think we'll do set up the very first. So create a new partition. Launch it. Arrow key new. Let's just change that. Let's go 1. Yeah, let's change that. 3. Arrow key to new. Specify a let's go partition size. Recommend 300 MB to 1 GB for first partition. EFI partition. Change type using type and set partition to EFI system. Perfect. We're gonna write changes. Then we don't want to write changes. Let's go repeat this process. And or home partition. Note, Home partition is not required. Required. All right. When finished, you must write changes to disk. And you know what? We're going to change this to a write change to disk. So that should pretty much stick out when reading the guide. I think that's pretty clear. What are we thinking? IMX processor knowledge, boot process, and create an image. What is this? What is an IMX 8? Whatever it is, it's not liking. Multi-core ARM Cortex processors for edge computing. Is this the IoT device you were talking about? Let's see, what is it using? Yeah. Yeah, so like partition tables should always be done in GPT, even on any IoT devices I've done. And I've done quite a few. So that's why I was like, give me the spec sheet. Typically, though, like even if you run into it in your documentation on a how-to article, it's probably someone that just didn't know what they were doing. Like MBR is not used. Like full stop. I've just, there's no use case for it, even on an IoT device, man. It's just never used in today's world. For real. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, legacy is used on some instances. I still see legacy as the de facto option a lot of times when people are setting up virtual machines, believe it or not. Even though the disks usually are emulated into like GPT on virtualization, sometimes I still see the legacy boots there. So legacy boot still has some use case. I still am not a huge fan. I default to UEFI for the most part now, but I do understand when it comes to virtualization and some of those smaller use cases, legacy still has kind of a place. But yeah, as far as partition tables though, yeah, GPT all the way. So I'm good with what we put down there. I think we can go from that. So we've walked through, we've expanded that out. We've got the partition table. I think everyone knows now. As you're reading this guide on the drives, you're like, okay, cool. Understanding the file types, kind of get that. Okay, there's all this list of commands here. I feel like I'm just confusing people with like fdisk and parted. Let's just remove those, and we're just gonna go cfdisk, lsblk. I use that all the time. blkid is a must-have. Disk free command, disk usage, mount, umount, mkfs, File system check. LSUSB, LSPCI, Smart CTL, High-Data Perform. Let's get rid of gparted as well. Gparted, well, no, gparted's good. I'm going to leave GPR. Gparted's amazing from a graphical perspective. And if you have like a full-blown GUI and you can use gparted, it's actually pretty awesome. So yeah, that's good. So then you get into the actual partitioning of the drive. And then it says, hey, here's the typical partitions. And what to expect when partitioning. Partition tables, which is important to know. So partition tables is where all the partitions are like, hey, I have 3 partitions and they're this size. That's written to the partition table. We just talked about how crappy MBR is. It should die in a fire and nobody should use it. And GPT is what everyone should use. Whether you're doing legacy or UEFI boot, GPT can do both. And it can do everything else. And it's just amazing. There is no conversion from GPT to MBR because no one ever does that. All right, so we got that. And then say, hey, before creating partitions, I recommend wiping the old partition table. Boom. That clears it out. And then you start the partition. You go new, set up the EFI partition, and then you can repeat the process for root and or home partition. Home partition is not required. You can just do root, which is kind of how I prefer it. I don't actually like the separation of root and home. People do it mainly because you can actually wipe out the root and reload operating systems and then just take your home partition and kind of shift it around. I've done it before, but typically it will cause bugs and errors down the road for you because certain distros do things a little different. So you can get into trouble doing that. So I don't even really care. Like the whole premise behind having a home partition is the backup portion of it. I'm just not really buying into that premise. I think it's a little bit flawed, and I would rather just have root and home in one partition and then just back up the partition. Just my preference, though. Do not repeat EF. Oh, yeah. Good call. And by default, new partition. We'll create it as file system. So yeah, technically you don't even need to use the type for this. Oh God. That should be better. My brain hurts on that. I think I got the point across. All right, so then we create the file system. Boom. That, and I give a guide for better FS. Boom, and then we have the auto mounts for the FS tab. We could expand auto mounts with systemd here too. A thought. All right, well, let's drive expansion. Better clarity. Let's sync that up. All right, so hardware. Yeah, CF disk should be in almost every single package. F disk is not great. I'm not a huge fan of F disk. Linux file system mean what? ext4? No. So when you format, that's when you're specifying kind of the type of file system that's on there. When you create the partition, you're just saying, hey, there's going to be a Linux file system on here, but there's various versions of Linux file systems. So again, there's some lead over here. from the terminology. So when we look at this here, the best way is just to show you. So we're going to go GPT. So when you create a new one, let's say we just create this, right? It's a Linux file system type. We write this out, right? Yes. Quit. So if we go lsblk, you'll notice SDB has SDB1. And we specified Linux file system. But what file system is that? This is where like the sudo make fs happens. So if we want ext4, boom, we do ext4, and then it would be dev sdb 1. And then we make ext4 on there. However, if we wanted that Linux file system to be like BetterFS, I think the BetterFS actually has a little bit more going on here because you have to be like there's sub volumes and it gets a little more complicated. So let's not use that as an example. Let's say we wanted XFS though. this would be XFS file system. All of these are technically Linux file systems. So that's where the type comes in. So when you think of a partition type, it's just like, hey, there's going to be a Linux file system on this partition. We don't know which one it's going to be. That's going to be up to the user when they go to format it. So you have the partition table, you make the partition, then you have the formatting section that kind of comes into play after. And then it sets you up for success. Yeah. CF disk should be built into every distro. The only one that's not Bojang is SF disk, which I use for scripting a lot. So don't forget the ESP FAT32 part. Yeah. So did we specify that in here? I think I did. Let's look. Let's verify. So creating file systems. Yeah, that's good. So let's say you want to create this. You also can create other file systems for XFS for that 32 and EFI system types. Oh, geez. No. Oh, no. Okay. Let's not say types, let's say partitions. For example, sudo or sudo fat32. That should do it. Here's ESP. I do a link. Let's just double check. Arch Wiki, just make sure. Anything I want to. Yeah. So F32. And then you mount it. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that should be good. Swap partitions. I don't think I actually covered swap partitions in here, mainly because I hate them. Swap partitions are kind of pointless in my eyes. I really like, if you're going to use, and I'm fine when you have a lower end system, you do need a swap file, but why not just make the file and then you can adjust your swap on the fly? Like, what's the point of a swap? For real talk, maybe someone knows this in chat, because I've tested it and I want to know what your guys' opinions are. When it comes to swap files, versus swap partitions. I have noticed zero, and I do mean zero, performance difference between the two. So why the hell would you ever make a swap partition when you could just create a swap file? So I also thought that too, Big Linter. I always thought, swap partitions faster than a swap file, but every real world scenario I put through the motions on a swap partition versus swap file, it was so small that I couldn't even differentiate. It could have just been a rounding error, so to speak. So I was like, man, you lose so much flexibility. You increase the complexity of your install because you have more partitions, and I just don't see a point in swap partitions, period. Unless someone can think of some other use case for that. Yeah, I mean, these days I don't really use swap very much either, so I don't have much. I don't have much use case in 2025 for swap, so I don't really care either way. But I mean, at the same time, I probably should touch on this. Swap file versus swap partition. I still lean towards swap files because, well, if you upgrade your memory, now all of a sudden you got to wipe out your whole system because now you got to rebuild your partition table to expand, or you could shrink your primary partition where your root sits and then expand the swap partition by 16 gigs and spend half a day doing that. Or you could have just done, hey, let's just remove the swap file and create a bigger swap file so we can hibernate and be done in, a minute. So that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know. Swap files should be used. Swap partitions should not be used. It's kind of where I land on this subject. Unless there's some other use case that I'm not seeing. Yeah. As I understand, the Linux file system defines the partition will use one of the multiple types of blah, blah, blah for boot. Yeah, but my point is, I don't know. Again, Razzle, I'm not a big fan of Hibernate either. So I don't use swap and I don't use Hibernate. So I'm not a very good use case. Every time I've used it, I'm just kind of like, what? People do this? Why? So very much like the swap partition, I'm kind of like, but why? Yeah. Why is there a type in CFDisk if you need to format it later anyways? Well, there's different types of partitions. So there is a swap section in CFDisk for that. And there's a EFI partition for that. When you set up specifically the EFI system partition, it kind of is a special type of partition because it creates two sectors essentially on the disk, one at the very beginning and one at the very end of the drive, as a safety precaution because for redundancy as well. So, well, actually, I think on the EFI, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if the EFI does. That's just the table that actually gets replicated to the beginning and end of the drive. For the actual system EFI partition, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It just is wherever you put it. But, I mean, honestly, EFI partition doesn't matter if it gets wiped out. You can always rebuild it. So it's not like the end of the world. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Answering my own questions here. Yeah, laptops need hibernation and sleep. That's true. EFI is EF00, yeah. But what's EF02? There's a lot of little weird niche partition types out there. We could sit here all day kind of looking at all of them, but really there's only a couple people actually need to know about. I am curious, what's the AI gods say? Let's go. Why would anyone create a swap partition versus a swap file on the root? Ah, great question. This is one of the long-standing Linux debates. Sweating emoji. Swap partitions, swap files, serve the same purpose. They provide virtual memory when the RAM runs out. The choice mostly about performance, reliability, and flexibility. Swap partitions, slightly more predictable performance on older kernels and disks because the swap space is contiguous on the disk, no fragmentation. Kernel boot reliability. A swap partition can be used earlier in the boot process before the root file system is mounted. Simple setup in installers. Okay. Cons: inflexible and wasted space. Yeah. Swap file, flexible, resizable, no dedicated partition. Modern kernels support both swap files, even on better FS. I mean, honestly, since 14.18, that's like, gosh, how long is that? It's been forever. Mike, thanks so much for the bits. So historically, could suffer fragmentation issues. No, that's wrong. So fragmentation's only a thing if you're running it off of a spinning platter. Who the hell does that? Everyone's on SSDs and NVMEs now. Well, maybe not everybody, but damn near everybody. So I think there's a use case for the partition where you'll see a slight performance increase if you're using a really old drive that's a spinning platter hard drive. Then you wouldn't want fragmentation problems, so you might. That's when the swap partition will definitely probably edge it out. Man, that is so niche. That is such a niche, old use case. Man, I am not writing about that. It does say historically. Yeah, man. I'm like, most people are gonna be reading this. It's probably gonna be younger than me. They're gonna be like, man, what the hell's a hard drive? Spinning platter, what's he talking about? What's spinning rust? I'm like, well, back in my day, they had this little needle and all these things, and it tapped on the disk, and the data was stored there instead of you young whippersnappers and your microchips. Yeah, I don't know. SD cards, I don't ever use. If I'm gonna be using an operating system, I just never will use an SD card. They're so unreliable. Talk about a terrible form of media. Like, no one should ever put their operating system on an SD card. You might be thinking, what about Raspberry Pis, Titus? Use the USB, man. USB all the way would be what I'd go. I'm so glad I asked you about the Linux books. Yeah, we've been on an hour-long rant so far about the Linux book. There's so many little nuances, man. It's fun though. And Windows page file doesn't act like swap used to either. Used to be able to disable it back in the early days of SSDs, yeah. Again, like, yeah, once you've seen the light, you'll sell a kidney to get an SSD to get off a spinning platter on an OS. Like, I cannot tell you the immeasurable speed difference in just using your system difference. I mean, talk about light years ahead. Everyone remembers in the computing realm when everyone switched from the spinning platter to the SSD. As soon as you switch your OS over, you're like, holy crap, this is earth shaking. Like, it's better than any processor evolution in the past decade or more. It's faster than everything. Like, I can't overstate how big of a change that was. I mean, I remember people, I would get like laptops and I'd spend, I'd just buy a little cheap SSD, slap it in there, and then people like, holy crap, you supercharged this computer. I'd be like, sure did. I'm just that good. And then all I did was switch it out to an SSD. Yeah, eMMCs are actually not too bad. So a lot of people confuse eMMC and SD cards. And for whatever reason, eMMC is a lot like SD from my understanding. It's not nearly as reliable as solid state, but at the same time, it's like this in between an SD card. And I've always had good luck with them. So I've never actually had bad experiences with them, where when it comes to SD cards, man, I've had nothing but bad experiences over time. I don't like eMMC, but it's better by a good margin. From my understanding, it's very much like a soldered SD card, but from my experiences, more reliable than an SD card. So, all right, cool. Let's submit that. Commit it. Oops. Let's go. Drives. Update. We just added that ESP carve out. All right, hardware. Okay, let's get to this one. I read a whole bit about this. It's not a very long chapter, and I probably need to like flush this out a little bit. But essentially, a lot of people in the Linux community always like to say you can take any hardware to Linux and it's great. It's probably one of the biggest myths. Like, when I plan for a Linux install, I immediately look at all my hardware and I go, okay, what should I change here? What should I modify to make it the best experience possible? Because hardware matters. And I'm not talking about speed of hardware, but I'm talking just about, hey, how old or new this thing is. If it's brand new bleeding edge hardware, I'm going to be like, not going to have a great time probably on this Linux install, because a lot of brand new hardware right as it comes out of the gate can be a little jank on Linux, because Linux has to take a while. And also it's very dependent on what distro you install. Obviously, if you try and run Debian on a brand new hardware that just came out, you're going to have a bad time. Debian, Ubuntu, all of the stable LTS distros out there, you try installing that on brand new hardware that just released, you're going to have a bad time. NVIDIA graphics cards, you're probably going to have a bad time. It's getting better. And I even go into kind of a little bit of a rant to keep an eye on like NVIDIA Open, because that's getting a lot better than the legacy. Oh God, what's the legacy open source crappy NVIDIA drivers we've used forever? Novu? I think it's Novu. But those are essentially getting phased out in favor of NVIDIA Open. So the future looks brighter here. But NVIDIA is still a second-class citizen in my eyes. I still run into problems that I would never have if I had AMD. So
the dude abides.
Sure. Thank you, Crypt, for the Prime sub. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Broadcom Wi-Fi adapters, still very hit and miss. A lot of these require like a firmware install to get them working. It's not that they don't work. It's just you need like extra. They're like binary blobs that they're not open source, which a lot of Linux people care about. But more so, you need to have these installed, and they can lead to some issues. Some of them require like DKMS being loaded up with Linux headers. So if you're not familiar with that, how Linux works is almost all the drivers are baked into the Linux kernel, right? But the Linux kernel is open source. So how can you have proprietary firmware blobs? Well, that's when like you get modules and DKMS. And I don't think I put this anywhere in here. Maybe I don't know. Well, I'll just do it here and you guys tell me if this is stupid or not. Anyways, so you have DKMS and Linux headers. And what these do essentially is make modules that can sit on top of the kernel. So you got your kernel right here, great kernel. And then you just take these little blobs that we don't know what's in the blobs. They just get attached to the brain of Linux. And it's like, boom, little module, boom, like Lego. Gets tacked on. A whole bunch of closed source, God knows what's in them. But by putting them in there, it makes things work. That's how NVIDIA's always worked, but also a lot of Wi-Fi drivers and other things like certain printers and fingerprint readers and things that aren't necessarily open source can get added to Linux in these modules. So, but they do require DKMS and Linux headers being installed to do this module addition. I don't like them, never liked them. Nobody in Linux likes them, but it's just kind of like nature of the beast. This is where hardware becomes a big factor in why you should pay attention to hardware, because even though something says it's Linux compatible, doesn't mean it's going to work great on Linux, and you might have to modify your install to accommodate that piece of crap hardware. So hardware matters. Super important point that I kind of wanted to do, like certain webcams, a lot of Elgato stuff. Did I put Elgato in here? Oh God, I didn't. I should put that right here, actually. Elgato. Devices. Most of their suite of hardware doesn't work on Linux. There are a few exceptions, like the USB Elgato capture card. Yeah, I'm gonna put capture dongle. I like the word dongle. And the Elgato Stream Deck, which I have here, that works with third-party tools from Flatpak. If you do have a Stream Deck, I've been using this inside. I've just been having a ball with it because my Linux system inside, I hooked up a Stream Deck to it, and it's called the Stream Deck. What's it called? Stream controller. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, Stream controller is cool though. So, but yeah, most of their suite of hardware doesn't work on Linux. There are a few exceptions, like the USB Elgato capture dongle. I know it's not called the capture dongle, but we're calling it the capsule dongle. And the Elgato Stream Deck that works on third-party tools from the Stream Controller Flatpak. All right, cool. Broadcom Wi-Fi kind of sucks. A lot of Bluetooth adapters are so hit and miss. Can be real finicky. Same with touchpads, can be real finicky. Audio devices have always been problematic. Gaming peripherals like gaming mice, keyboards. Some of them, like with OpenRGB and other things, do have some functionality, but many of them do not. RIP, most like Razer and there are some Razer devices that are supported, but also Corsair crap too. Razer and Corsair are kind of all garbage, but they're very popular still among most of the communities out there. I just really hate them. So anyways, yeah, checking compatibility. There's a good like Linux-hardware I found. There's an Ubuntu hardware support link, which is also a good one to kind of hit in. But you can kind of see where some things fall short. VR also is a problem in Linux. Anyways, so that's just kind of like a hardware section I wanted to toss in just to kind of weed out some misconceptions. Oh, and the programs. Oh my God, how long did I make this one? What's that look like? Oh yeah, I've used that one too, Rux, but Stream Controller is way better. I think he stopped producing this one. I think it got deprecated. So the Steam Deck, yeah, this is the old school one. I remember when this came out. Yeah, Stream Controller, change your life, Rux. It beats the living crap out of this one. If you go to his GitHub package, I think he even linked it. Let's go to Stream Deck UI. I bet you. Where are you at? Stream Deck UI. All right, there we go. Yeah. So. Oh, he didn't link the original. Anyways, yeah, I used this one back in the day, but it hadn't been updated in about a year or so. Stream Controller, on the other hand, dude, you're gonna be like, bro, this is awesome. Cancel. Stream Controller. Yeah, this is such a great layout. So you can have like backgrounds and move, and I mean, I honestly like this one. I could see once they expand it out a little bit more and it gets a couple more years of support, I think it's going to be better than Elgato's software. I think it's going to surpass it because like the images you can toss on your Stream Deck are just awesome. And then like the interaction you can have with like system controls. Man, I could just geek out on this for a while. So much fun. So like, you can do clocks, interact with OBS, you can do OS, you can put full-blown, like, you know how everyone like clutters up their sys tray? You can put your CPU, memory usage, you can do like your own like scripts and put in here, you can do HTTP requests, so you can throw webhooks in here to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Oh man, sky is the limit. So Stream Controller, huge shout out, love them to death. Let's put a link to them in the guide. Stream Controller. What were we doing today anyways? I forgot. Oh well. It's okay. We're doing this now. Let's go. Let's go source. Now I know some people are like, dude, you're in Markdown. Why don't you do it this way? You got to remember, I'm going to be publishing this book in like paper format. So when you publish a book in paper format, you can't just use links. So if a regular link in Markdown, you know, you do link, boom, and then https christitus.com. The problem with this is when you go to publish it or you put it like a PDF, it's just going to show link. And it looks kind of ugly. So I do the Markdown links this way for when I publish. It's a fun thing. What about Blackmagic cards? They suck, Lars. Blackmagic can suck it. I bought one, worked not well. It had very limited resolution support. It sucked donkey balls. It was awful. So yeah, Blackmagic, terrible support with Linux. And you might be thinking, oh, but they have Resolve. I know, but don't. No, you don't want that. What you want, what has great Linux support and no one ever talks about because they're just ungodly expensive. Oh no, actually, yeah, I think they probably has a website. It's Linux video capture card. No. Avermedia, no. That's not good. Magewell. That's what you need. Stupid AI written articles anyways. A Magewell product. Oh, where are you at? Pro Capture. Yeah, buddy. So, pro tip, if you want a Linux device that works just fantastic, Magewell, and why I only say Magewell, like if you are wanting to do professional Linux recording on your system, there is no other. You need to buy a Magewell. And I'm going to sell you on it right now. Like Magewell, not hashtag not sponsored, but Magewell, what I did is I had an Arch Linux server set up with capturing cards, and I was just messing around. And I was like, damn it, this isn't working. I sent a support ticket into Magewell. They wrote a specific driver to work on that system and sent it back to me, and I loaded it up, and it worked just flawless. And I was like, that's insane. And all Magewell cards work damn near out of the box. Pro tip though, don't buy it from like Amazon or their website. Like if you go into here, you can buy it, but you're gonna pay like $1,000. If you go into eBay though, you can get them used. Like a lot of like defunct radio stations, a lot of them are going out of business now, is nobody really listens to radio anymore. And a lot of them have Magewell hardware, and they're selling them for like pennies, dude. I bought a 4 HDMI capture card Magewell in my main system, and I got it for like $80. And I was like, oh my God, the best $80 I've ever spent. And that card retails at $1,000. So they are, so expensive retail. But with a lot of like traditional media places actually going bankrupt, the used market's just flooded with Magewell hardware right now, and you can get it for pennies on the dollar. Oh, it's so great from that perspective. So, hashtag Magewell, amazing hardware. If you're doing anything in Linux, gotta do that. Yeah, Magewell are the only ones that work okay at 4K 62. Yeah. But yeah, go on eBay, get the used market's amazing with Magewell. But I think what I wanted to with Magewell was I capture everything in 1080. I'm not a big 4K guy. And I know. But I'm like, dude, YouTube compression just sucks anyways. Like, I don't want to store things, 8 times the size. I'd rather just record it in 1080 and just do all my editing in 1080 and try and make 1080 look as good as I can before YouTube compression screws it all up at the end of the day anyways. So I'm like, it doesn't really matter. So I'm just like, let's just do that. All right, cool. So hardware looks good. So Linux programs, I kind of do common programs here, but I link to awesome Linux software. So this is what you should go to. Now this repo has almost 24,000 stars, but it's updated pretty much on the regular. I see it updated every couple weeks. And there's multilingual, so Arabic, Brazilian, Chinese, French, Spanish, Thai. It has all these different locales that you can switch to, but it has a breakdown of all the FOSS and Linux tools, whether it's 3D printing, audio, chat clients, data backup, desktop, customization from icon packs, themes, widgets. I mean, anything and everything that Linux has to offer, this is where you go. So even if you want like free games, you can come in here and go, what's turn-based strategy? What, Zero AD is not here? Was there another one? Was there a real-time strategy? Yeah, there it is. Zero AD is probably one of the big ones. But these are all like open source games, and they have a little icon that says, here's open source. Dude, this guy put in the work, and rather than just copy his work and paste it into my book, which I don't know if there's legal ramifications for that. So one, not only is that's a little more morally dubious, I just kind of picked out the ones I use and put them there. and then just put a link at the very start and look like, hey, if you want a complete list, dude, check out this guy's GitHub, awesome Linux software, so good. But anyways, I usually use these for communications messaging, just like hit the really big highlights that everyone really cares about. So these are the things I usually use for office and productivity, multimedia. These are kind of the options I've dabbled with or used quite a bit. VLC player. Why'd I put that in here? No. Let's go SM player. Let's expand this. It uses Qt libraries for KDE distros. Style. For a KDE style. Celluloid. Instead of a great alternative. This one is... no. No. Crap. Alright. Uses GTK libraries for a GNOME style. MPV. Play media direct from terminal. VLC. This player sucks on Linux. There we go. We're just gonna straight up say it because bam. It does have stability issues. It has heavy resource usages. This doesn't have feature parity with its Windows counterpart and should be avoided on Linux at all costs. I'm just gonna sprinkle some salt in the wound and then rub it in. Just get it in there deep. I'm sorry, but it's true. All right. I remember I made a video about this, and man, people came after me with knives, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, but it's not my fault you're an idiot and you haven't used Celluloid, SM Player, or MPV. Because if you had, you wouldn't be saying that. You wouldn't be defending VLC if you use those three. Because those three, oh my God, they are so much better on Linux. Now we're talking about Linux, not Windows. VLC on Windows is fine. I think it still sucks on Windows. I personally use, anything but whatever. It's fine. If you want to use it on Windows, it's functional. And everyone knows it, but it's still a crappy program. I still, for Linux, you gotta use these others. You just got to. Don't be that person that uses VLC on Linux. That's all I'm saying. Doing you a favor. If you write a book, people are going to, there might be a book burning after I publish this thing. I still gotta buy a book to burn it though, so it's still a win. Linux gaming, understanding Proton, wine and Proton. Did I get too much in the wine usage here? Creating wine bottles. Yeah. Managing prefixes, which is essentially a wine bottle. Using wine tricks, kind of pimping it out, like getting .NET support. I do say, like, this is a pretty, I don't know how to emphasize this, but this is a very important paragraph I remember writing. Like when you add .NET, specifically .NET, you can't uninstall things to prefixes. So what new users do to Linux is they have like one master prefix or bottle called, usually it's .wine in their home folder. And this is a mistake I've made back when I first started. And that was like, I just added too much crap to that bottle and then I broke it, or I needed to uninstall a .NET because it was no longer compatible. There's no going back. It's just like, oh crap, you broke it. Just delete the whole thing and start all over. And that kind of sucks. That's the problem with Wine on Linux that I see. Is it's not necessarily a problem, but you should know once you get something working, don't change the bottle. Don't add more programs to the bottle or the prefix. You just need to go, that works. And now I want to do a different program, so I shall create a new prefix and we will call it program 2 prefix. Whatever it is, right? Don't just use one prefix because, oh my God, there's no going back. You install it, you finally get it all working, then you don't change anything, and it's stuck in time, and it's great. Again, I usually go on, God, I've done this rant a gajillion times, so I'm not going to bother or bore you guys with it. But just updates aren't always good. You don't need to be on the latest version of stuff. If it works on your current version, stay on that version. Full stop. Like, don't fix something that's not broken. That's just not a good plan in life in general. So, big shout out to Wine. It holds very, very, very true in Wine. I just have to emphasize that. Oh my God. Anyways, then we get into Proton, which Proton is essentially almost like a wrapper for Wine. There's some subtle changes here, but it's not like a massive difference. And then just kind of go into using like Proton GE and some other things to kind of expand on Proton's usage in there. That's pretty good. Okay. And then environment. Okay. Oh, I still got so much left to write. I'm trying to think. What are the things? All right. So let's finish this out. Setting up the perfect Linux environment. Xorg versus Wayland. Oh God, how hard did I go here? One of the first decisions you make, this Xorg has been a traditional choice for many users. Wayland's gained properly improved performance. Here are considerations. Xorg, widely supported, long history of stability. Most applications work. It is a safe choice for most, but many fear it will be deprecated or removed in future. Overall, is a mature and reliable option. Downsides include 4K or high resolution support. And screen tearing in some setups. Scaling can also be an issue. All right. It offers better performance and security features, but some applications may not yet fully be compatible. If you're using a modern environment like GNOME or KDE, Wayland is often the default choice. The downside is its utilities and applications are not as mature as Xorg's, which can lead to compatibility issues with some software. This is especially true for tiling window managers and some other applications that rely on X11 features. The upside is it does support scaling and higher resolutions. I'm going to take out the recommendation because it really just depends. Let's see. What do you think about all this anti-encryption and Face ID rollouts? Well, I'm glad you asked, Callie. Glad you asked. I don't think we have to worry about it. You want to know why we don't need to worry about the anti-encryption and Face ID rollouts? Because at the very same time, we have had so many driver's license leaks that's happened with the T app and then T for her app, that you have driver's license for days, if not years and years to come, maybe decades. You can just use those exploited dumps and just... You don't have to give them your ID. You can just give them someone else's. Yeah, you're welcome. I stole that from like a VX Underground post, but I saw that. I was like, oh my God, that's so true. Oh, nobody likes it though. Nobody. You should not give your ID out to use the internet. That just seems absolutely bonkers to me. Nor would I ever. So yeah, there's always a way around. That's one thing I always want to emphasize. You could always fix anything, and there's always methods to stay, like every obstacle that ever gets put in front of you. Just remember, if you don't like it, well, you can just sidestep it. Now, I'm not saying break the law. I'm just saying maybe not pay attention to that law. I'm just saying. But yeah, like this, man, I would never give my ID out. Just never. There's just been too many instances of data leakage from every single place. And like giving social out and giving an actual driver's license picture out. Oh man, I hate giving out my driver's license for anything, especially like companies that might scan it or do something with that. I just know how companies are just terrible with data retention and security. And it's just a massive security flaw to me. So I don't really care whether or not that thing from a perspective of, hey, you need to verify my age. Cool. Verify my age. But you're going to have to do that without my driver's license. Yeah. Trust no one. Everyone lies. So true. So true. Yeah, and I mean, there's just so much stuff that gets leaked. These companies are terrible with security today. God, can you imagine? I'm sorry, this is like another tangent, but can you imagine what it's going to look like 2 years from now when people have vibe coded the crap out of all this? Wow. I'm talking security. Like, that's the one thing people don't get about vibe coding. Typically, I love vibe coding, don't get me wrong. It's fun. I enjoy it. But you need to realize, like, if you're a company, you have to have someone that knows what the hell they're doing and what the code does, and you have to get it audited by someone that understands the security implications, what you're doing. Because if you don't, you're going to leave like an S3 bucket completely wide open, and someone can just go in and just take all your data, all your customers' data. Think of how just absolutely earth-shattering bad that is for businesses that don't own a monopoly. I have to put that little caveat there that don't have a monopoly, because monopoly people are just, they're going to just keep dominating no matter what happens. But, but yes, vibe coding, absolutely scary for security. And that's the future that I fear about. Like, people are like, vibe coders are going to take over the job market. I'm like, nah, you still need someone with some competence that understands the code, that's not going to expose, use like unencrypted storage or expose API keys, which almost everything I've ever vibe coded, inevitably, I'm like, oh, that's cute. They put it directly, all the API key. No, that needs to go in like a .env file or a hidden environment variable so you don't expose the whole key. But that was good. That was good. And maybe vibe coders will learn that. But chances are they won't. they're just going to get sloppier. And everybody working at these big companies, they're just going to get even worse. And the security of these companies, oh my God, we are about to hit the renaissance of hacking. Hacker's paradise is coming up, man. Oh my God. What a good day it is. I mean, the one thing I could say here, if I was a freelancer, if I was a 20-year-old coming up right now, let's say you're in your 20s and you want to make a boatload of money. You want to make $1 million before you're 30. And you're graduating right now. Wouldn't be programming. Maybe a little bit of programming, but security. Oh my God, I would start hunting down bug bounties like it's going out of style and look at what companies are offering bug bounties and then start just going wild and just start going for all that. I think right now, security researchers are just about to hit the absolute pinnacle of the job market. They were about to crush with how much money they're going to make. A lot of people are obsessed, like, I'm going to make money vibe coding some application. I'm like, no, you're not. That's cute. You're going to have some cool ideas. You might actually get like something working, but if it's just you and you're vibe coding it, it's going to end in a disaster. It's cute. It's cute. People think that, but really the job market, what's going to make you just a ton of money. Hacking everybody, all the vibe coders. It's going to be great. Those vibe coders, they're going to initially make a bunch of money, but then all the security researchers are going to take all that money, and it's going to be great. Whether they're black hat, white hat, just depends. They're going to have to pay. And that would be the play. If I was younger, that would be my play right now. Vibe hacking. Oh snap. Now we're going somewhere. Vibe hacking. Oh man. Yeah. Oh geez. It's a thing. All right, so we got through Xorg and Wayland. We got the perfect Linux setup. They go into desktop environments, explain, hey, what the desktop environment is. It's crucial for a Linux experience. It provides a whole suite of utilities. Gives you the GUI, window manager, file manager, and various utilities for setting up your system. And then I just put GNOME, KDE, XFCE, Mate, Cinnamon, LXQT, and then I just kind of lumped Bungie, Enlightenment, Pantheon deep in, kind of in the bottom. And not very many people use these, and I don't really feel like going into depth with them. Most people will fit into these DEs, I think. And then from tiling window managers, we got i3, Sway, BSPWM, Awesome, DWM, Herb, Qtile, Xmonad, Spectrum. I think we should change this. We need to change it to Wayland versus Wayland window managers. Now Qtile works on both. Has anybody used Qtile on Wayland? I know they added support. I know it's a little bit jank. Wayfire. Oh my god, no. We're not gonna put Wayfire here. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not awful, but it's like a floating window manager. It's like more traditional. It's like a gimped desktop environment, though. I feel like you just should install a desktop environment. Maybe, wait, put it in or not. Oh hell, let's put it in. That's a terrible description. It's a flatting window manager that provides a very supports plugins and features, make it a versatile choice for users that want balance between tiling and floating window management. No, it doesn't do tiling. No, Stop making shit up, AI. It supports various plugins and features and a more traditional window manager. All right, let's put Hyperland at the top, shall we? The Chad of all, Wayland. Hyperland allows for script customization scripting. I would also say Hyperland, known for its sleek aesthetic. Aesthetic. Okay. And beautiful. Oh my god. Beautiful animations. Yes. All right, cool. And then we'll put X11 window managers. Ah, great. Great. We forgot DWL. We always forget DWL. The DWM port for Wayland. Very basic. And minimalistic, focusing on core features. Yeah, I think that's good. Hey, you know what? It could improve probably by the time someone reads this, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm not a huge fan of DWL right now. Last time I had it, it had a lot of issues, especially with the like NVIDIA type systems. Dude, forget about it. The rest are fine. Big difference between tiling window manager, traditional desktop environment. TWMs do not come with pre-installed applications or features. They're designed to be lightweight, fast, and that. So that's kind of what I've got so far. I want to say Chapter 9, my system. Oh, I think instead of setting up the perfect Linux system, so you got Linux programs. Because it's not really gonna ever be perfect. Let's just kill that illusion right now. You can always be chasing the dragon, setting up the perfect Linux system. Yeah, I really like that. All right, great. That gives a good overview of what's available. I think on the next chapter, though, I go into my system and how I set it up. I feel like that would be the way to approach it. I don't know. Oh, for Hyperland Premium? No, I need to just buy them. I need to buy Hyperland's Vaxtree's desktop experience config files. That'd be fun. Yeah, that's exactly right, Julian. There'll be the free online, like you can actually see it right now. So if you go thelinuxbook.com, you can just look at it right now and boom, go through it. I prefer the online system right now, but I know some people like physical copies, so I figure somebody might actually end up paying for it. Maybe. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But if you don't and you just want like the information, I just put it all online for free. And I want to say one of the best-selling Linux books of all time does the same thing. I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of the best sellers on Amazon. I want to say they used, I think it was like Creative Commons license, and then they ended up hosting the book digitally for free, and then you can buy the book through like Amazon. And I think that's a great way of doing it, because then you can constantly update the online version and then put out new versions as the years go by and you learn more, or Linux changes, because God knows it will. And what I've said here might need to change along with it. But most of this, I try and stay a little bit more on the, so a lot of these changes aren't done. Let's go ahead and publish what we've done today. So let's just update. Yep. Real specific on that, aren't I? So we got the update here. And let's go Linux. Oh, no. What is it? Linux book publish. Yeah, update. Let's render this bad boy. Cool. So that should update the website. Essentially what I do is doing it all in Markdown. I know some of this looks a little weird how I do it, but essentially, instead of actually having like an editor and like a traditional book publish, what I wanted was, as I type it, it just automatically makes the web page, but it also will convert it to an EPUB and a PDF. So when I do the publish here, if we tune our dot, this is just this guy, but if we go over to Linux book, and I think it's under book. Yeah. So then we got the output right here. Sorry for the flashbang. But then you have the actual book. Cool thing is I added little add-ins to the book. Because the thing is, whenever you make anything online, especially when it comes to technical books, the one absolute Achilles heel is, when was this updated? When was this section written? And you'll see at the end of every chapter, the last change, you know exactly when I last touched this. It was 6/17 was the last time I wrote tips to choosing a Linux distribution. That's really important to know, because then if something came out in 2026 and you're reading this, you go, oh, well, the last change was in 2025, so obviously you couldn't write about what came out in 2026. But what I did is I opted to, instead of just saying, hey, here's when the entire book was updated, each site, like if we go down here to this one I think is probably written after. Was it 6/17 as well? Let's see. Yeah, 6/17 there. Well, we just updated something. We updated drives. I know we updated drives. All right, let's go here. So drives, these just got updated in this chapter. And you can see, boom, there's today's date, 8/18. So anytime I touch this, you'll know what chapters I've updated and what chapters I haven't updated, and when these things were written, because that's just such a fundamental thing about all technical novels, is a lot of them are written over the course of years. And then even though the novel might say it was published in 2025 or that, some of those chapters might have been published all the way back or never touched or looked at again until 2024. Sure, there's an editor and stuff that happens with traditional publishing, but those editors don't know shit about Linux or anything technical. So they're just looking for typos and spelling errors, which my book probably will have. I'm not a very good linguist, and frankly, I failed English class. But you get the idea. I like it's probably not the best way to market it, but I think it will serve the best purpose this way. I think that's the key thing, is I want it to have impact and be helpful. And I think that's where you can have the biggest impact. Sway, Wayland port of i3. That's true. And part of that's, like, there's so much refinement that goes back through this. Like, someone asked, I think that's how we started out the stream 2 hours ago, is, hey, what's going on with the Linux book? And I was like, oh, I haven't checked that in a minute. Let's go ahead and look through it. But there's all these iterations that happen, and what I want is at least probably 10 iterations, which I'm probably on like my 6th or 7th iteration of this. And I want like 2 more chapters, but I want to just sit there and continually iterate back through it, so then it gets better each time and more compact and concise and just works. And that's the idea behind the book. And then publish it. And then guess what? There might be 10 more iterations. And then sometime in like 2026, we release version 2. And then that gets pushed back out. And then everything gets updated on the website. And then if you want to buy volume 2 or 2026 edition, you can do that. And kind of see how it evolves over the thing, where you could technically, I think I'm going to do a release every year, and just I think that's the best way to go about it. Why don't you make the longer links in the physical book as QR codes? Oh, that's a good idea. What I did for the book itself is I created a short link repository specifically for YouTube videos. So you see that a lot in this sections, especially like probably bootloaders. Yeah. So if you look here, grub manual for that, links, the linuxbook.com grub talk. And then if we look at like why Linux, I made like videos for this. So if you click it, and then it kind of goes through. So you have, what I try to do is I was like, hey, I've made probably 1,000 videos in Linux. Why don't I take some of those existing videos and add those to the book? And then that way you get the text right there. And then if you want like a deeper dive or a further explanation of video, that's also linked there. And then going in. But QR codes is an interesting idea. Don't know how to institute that very well. Maybe. But you have to make the QR code big enough to where you can read it and zoom in. But phones are pretty good, and it could work. Yeah, it's a good idea. How do you like the YouTube video stream announcements on Discord? Sweet! I didn't know that we actually had that. Thank you, Rux. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah. For ebook readers would be clutch. I can't wait to put it on there. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, man, I suck at navigating this. Is it in here? Oh, live on Twitch. Oh, beautiful thumbnail. Look at that. Bam. Yapper live. Thanks, man. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, with the QR codes. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I preferred the short link because I figured people could just kind of remember the short links and it would just redirect to what you need. I need to update that to say CTT community. Yeah. 1 second. Let me update it. We'll just do it live. We're gonna do it live. Live. All right. I added all this myself, so the nice thing is I can just change it. Join. Nope. Oh, nope. That was not. Okay, there we go. As I self-host everything. Join the CTT Discord. Boom. All right, great. So that's up to date. Discord. Boom. Done. Updated. Yep. Nice. Yeah, we just were like, hey, when you tell Discord. And we've done a lot like, of programming too. So we've, like, the community's kind of shifted because I've done a lot of Discord communities in the past, and typically it kind of always went off the rails. And I don't know if it was just always some really strong personalities. The beauty and also the downfall, like the double-edged sword of Linux, is so many people are so opinionated that it can be great. And there's so much passion there that it can be great, but often sometimes that can also be redirected into some negative things too. So that's the downside to the Linux community, but also the positive of it, because there's like some really just weird cats that are like just strange personalities in the Linux community. And I used to get really kind of upset about it because I was just like, man, why are all these weirdos here? But then I realized it kind of takes that type of weird personality to really want to dedicate thousands of hours to just give away everything that they've made. That just requires a certain person. And that typically is not your most normal person. And that's why the Linux community is the way it is. For better or worse, that's just, you have to accept that. And I love it. I love it about it. All right, I think we're good with this. We were originally going to do some Linux scripting too. This has been updated. We're good. Let's close this out. Let's go to linutil. One thing I wanted to look at on this guy was, I think it was GIMP. What version of GIMP am I rocking here? Is this 10.2? Oh yeah. So the problem I was having with this, especially with Wayland, was I couldn't drag and drop files because of a GIMP 10.2 navigation error. So when I was doing the drag and drop, it would just kind of not work. Where I think GIMP 3 it does. Oh, it's in the ignore cap. Let's undo that really fast. Downgrade documentation not available. That's okay. What did I do? Let's go downgrade on ignore. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Now let's install GIMP. We're just going to push it to 3.0. Great. Now, isn't there a new Linux fork called Weirdo? You know, it'd be fitting. So then at 3.0, oh God, that looks way different. Okay. So the whole purpose of upgrading to 3.0 was to see,
yeah, well,
did we get it?
The dude abides.
Dennis, thanks for the tier 1, man. 13 months. Woo, doggies. How goes it? I am doing well. All right. Boom. Ah. So yes, it does work. So the problem with sticking with 2.10, remember when I said don't ever upgrade unless things aren't working? Well, if you're using Wayland, you're not gonna have drag and drop. So then the downside to this is when, let's go headshots. Oh, I don't think these worked, actually. I got to redo my headshots for 2025. All right, let's just take my ugly smiling mug here. Let's take this guy. Oh. Boom. All right, great. So, got me, right? So this is working good, but major problem here is when I like alpha to selection and I want to go filters. I don't have any of my old filters where I wanted to change things. So instead of manually doing things, this is going to sound weird to people, but so normally you'd have to go into here, adjust things, and then go, okay, what do we got? Let's make this pop a little bit. I'd change these colors or curves. Sometimes you can bring this down a little bit. Boom.
The dude abides.
Skunky, thank you so much for the prime. And that kind of gives it that flair or that pop. And scale layer still works pretty good. But instead of doing all this each time, like, this isn't rocket science. Anybody can do it. This just kind of sucks. And I wanted to just automatically do it. Oh, wow, that is weird. Oh, wow, that didn't work at all. Oh, let's not do that. That was kind of funny. Did that mess it up? Oh, no. Back up. Too much zoom. All right, sorry. All right. Oh, weird. Look at that artifacting. That's such a weird bug. All right, well, note. Don't change alpha levels and then change your layer. Apparently there's a bug in GIMP 3. Beauty of open source. All right. Let's discard that. But that sucks. Well, I want to just automatically do it with scripts because that's just easier. And I do that enough to where I have to make damn near thumbnails whenever I go live, and then whenever I do YouTube videos, and I'm like, scripts just make things so much faster. Yeah, but you got to remember YouTube compression, and then typically what happens, there's like a weird nuance. It's like an art form to thumbnails. It's kind of stupid. It's a stupid art form, but I'm pretty good at it. Do we have that? Okay. Let's go. So typically I would come into here and go, okay, what do we got for an image? Canvas size. Let's just go 1080. 1080. Resize. Boom. That's going to be your thumbnail size, and then you take your headshot. Typically come into here. Let's grab a fun one. There we go. Get into here. Bam. And then yeah, let's take that and we're going to scale. This would be like a 1350. Sure. That's good enough. Bam. Adjust that again. Probably like right in there. And then you'd have whatever on the side. Then you would do your alpha to selection, colors, curves, do something like that. And it looks like too much white here. So usually I blow it out a little bit. And then when it gets uploaded, what you're going to see it is something like this. So, boom. This is going to be about the size people see it. So you kind of want to like oversaturate. There's some weird science behind it. But I do notice a difference. So that's why people do that. It's kind of silly. But I digress. Focus. Scripts. Writing script foo with GIMP. That is the key to what we're doing right now. Come on, Chris, just use Krita. I refuse. I won't give up on GIMP. It was my baby back in the day. I hated it. I just sat there and crapped on it on my first, like, 6 months in Linux. It's like, GIMP is the worst program ever. Photoshop's so much better. And then finally, it clicked one day. I got scripts, and then I was like, oh, we can just script everything. This is actually not bad. Oh, by the way, did you guys know Fitbit is now owned by Google, and you can't set up a Fitbit account without Google? Should be illegal. Sorry. I just saw my recent search history and I was like, oh yeah, it pissed me off so much. Damn you, Google. Script foo, yep. Standalone scripts from here. God, this site is awful. Oh my God. It's like, hey, let's pretend like we threw up on the screen. Is this something with my dark reader? Oh my God, it's even worse now. Oh, Lord. What? You know how I said, I think it was like a couple weeks ago, I was like, a lot of Linux people have zero artistic taste, where I was like, hey, Omarchy is great. Actually, someone with actually artistic taste in the Linux communities here. And then everyone's like, oh my God, what do you mean? Everybody in the Linux communities, there's a lot of people that have Linux, like artistic taste. Case in point. Case closed. No, not everybody. And let me just say, this is more common than you think. You know. All right, let's vibe code us some script foo. Oh my God. What about Mac OS and Mac Util? Oh, I know. I thought about doing like specific days, so then people would know, okay, I'm working on Mac Util this day, and I'm working on Lin Util this day, and then I'm working on Win Util this other day. But then I was like, yeah, that just doesn't work for me. So I like to work off of vibes. So whenever I'm feeling like, ooh, today we're going to vibe on Mac, maybe that's what we do tomorrow. Because I kind of threw my aerospace in the dumpster. I got really upset with the tiling window manager, all tiling window managers in Mac. And now I'm just like, whatever. I'm just going to go back to the default Mac way. I don't even care. I hate it. Linux ruined me on tiling window managers. Like, there's just no comparison. Like, you got glazed WM in Windows, which is actually pretty decent. Aerospace, pretty decent in Mac. If you don't know any better. And damn it, I just hate it because I've already been spoiled rotten with DWM and Hyperland. Like, both DWM and Hyperland. I just love them. They're great. They are just fantastic. And they just completely ruined me. Because now when I use other operating systems, like, oh, I want a tiling window manager. And then I install those. And I'm like, well, it's a tiling window manager, all right. Just doesn't work very well compared to either Hyperland or DWM. God, there's just so much better. And you might be thinking, well, what do you mean they're better? In every single way, they are better. They're more responsive. They're faster. They're not just some janky pancake to just slap it on top solution. They are integrated into the system. And damn it, it does matter that it's not just some add-on like any window manager in Windows or Mac would be. And I haven't quite gotten around that. So maybe it's a skill issue. I don't know. I'm not going to do a video about that because Mac community already hates me. Script foo console. Okay. God, this is awful. All right. Declaring variable. Oh, okay. So script foo is like its own little language. Apparently they love parentheses. Okay. Wonderful. That looks awful. Not functional. All right, cool. The general syntax of LUT. White space, assigning new variable value. Look at how many parentheses that is. What? Oh, God. That's awful. Surely, somebody's written GIMP 3 script foo. Oh, the major version of why I'm doing all this, I forgot to mention. GIMP 3 breaks every single script foo ever created before GIMP 3. Because that makes sense. Like the two people that use GIMP as their primary editor, me and then some other guy living in his mom's basement, you just didn't care about us and just said, screw it, we're just going to break all your scripts that you spent so much time creating and curating, and, you know, it's open source, so you can't do shit about it. So you're just going to have to live with it. Thanks. You're great. I love you, GIMP developer team. You're awesome. Anyways, let's see if we can't find somebody else that made this. Oh. Tutorials folder. Script foo, github.io. Okay, here we go. This is better. So then you get your first filter plugin. Okay, so this is the actual documentation. Great. That one looks way better than whatever the hell I was reading. God bless. They need to take that offline. That's going to just make people want to go to somewhere else. But surely someone's already done this. I'm relying on the second person. The second person living in his mom's basement. I need you right now. I need you to, redo my scripts. The big thing was just drop shadow and outline. I use the black outline quite often. Okay. So this is the new. Mom's basement versus wife's basement. Facts. Facts. Absolute facts. Yeah, so this is the Hello World script for script foo. Easy, of course. Like, everyone can do this. I'm so glad they changed the script API. The old way was just far too complicated. Them simplifying it, making it so much more functional. This right here is just peak. Script fooing. All right, script fooing it up. Wonderful. Right. Yep. File is executable. All right. Yep. Now you just restart GIMP and it should pick up your plugin. All right. So let's vibe code us some stuff, shall we? All right, what are the differences between 2 and 3? Main difference is the absence of the loud image type and sensitivity mask arguments. Procedures registered this way are always sensitive. This is a script foo variant. That always is on. Okay. We're going to take this and we're going to do some stuff. Oh man, I know. It'd be so great if there was community scripts for GIMP. I'd be totally about that. I'm pretty confident there's a lot more concise version. Phoenix, if you find one, brother, you let me know. Because that one looks like the tippity top. Best version ever available, made. All right, how we want to approach this. Let's break out the old VS Code. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's go .config. Let's go GIMP. We're going to go 3. We're going to go scripts, right? Yes. All right. Oh, what happened? Oh, there it goes. It's like, what? That was weird. Let's go touch. Let's remove the drop shadow. Why is my console acting funky? Wait, does it? Okay. Some changes are required in existing plugins. Okay, here we go. Rux set me right here. Why these changes now? Change the PDP API. Okay, for changes, signatures in there. SF type argument is obsolete. You must edit v2 scripts and replace the symbol SF value. You usually will replace it with SF adjustment. Of a kernel where the digits field is 0. I mean, obviously, that's much more. That's way better than this one. Okay, why'd they do this? All right, let's continue reading. I'm sorry. Where the digits field of the SF adjustment is 0, meaning no decimal places, integer valued, you must provide other fields, the lower and upper limits. Okay, a value of SF value replaced with the SF adjustment will remain compatible with GIMP 2. Okay, here in the 7 tuple, the 0 denotes no decimal places. Ah, okay. Another example, you formally used SF value to declare a formal argument that is float valued. So, oh, that's float valued. I mean, this is the most autistic shit I think I've ever seen. Like, in what world is this better? Oh my god. Like, what? Oh my gosh. Like, for real. That's ridiculous. Okay. Use FF string for some use cases. Arbitrary precision floats. That's no longer possible. Took that away. So now we gotta do this. Okay. So you add the shebang in here, in there. Okay. All right, let's try to convert a script. Let's see what we get. Oh, they created a language that reflects 99% of the user base. I see nothing wrong here. Okay. It's fair. I'm going to take your word for it. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. We got this. We got this. I think I just made what was my I created a repo specifically for this. Let's just discard that. Oh no, that was VS Code was here. Oops. Let's push that to here. Okay. We are going to make this work. Enough complaining. Time to get down to doing. It's easy to complain. It's kind of fun to complain too, if I'm being honest. But the world has enough complainers. Let's be a fixer. GIMP help, I think is what I made. All right, great. I think I just tossed my scripts, plugins, and other stuff all in here. Let's GIMP help. Thank you, Rux. Git repo clone GIMP help. GIMP help. Let's just go code. All right, so here's our old one. These are the big ones that I wanted. Now we need to update these to GIMP. You know what? AI should be good at this thing. Let's just feed it some stuff, shall we? And then let's add a context of that as this script needs to be changed from v2 to v3. Refer to the link on how to do this. Boom. AI shall do. Oh shit, nope, that's Jippity. That's gonna break. Oh no. Oops. 1 second. Sonnet. Sorry. 1 second. We gotta rerun that. Man, I almost gave it to Jippity. That would have been a disaster. Alright, Sonnet. Let's go. Fetch it. All right, key changes required. SF value to SF adjustment. We already know that. New registration function. Replace script foo register with script foo register filter. Handle multi-layer compatibility. Yep. Did it get the shebangs as well? Replace true or false with hashtag T and hashtag F. Update PBT API calls, if any have changed. We're going to know if it read the whole article if it gets the shebang at the start. Shebang. Gotta get the shebang. Oh, let's see. I don't know, guys. I think you underestimate the power of Anthropic Sonnet 4. It is pretty damn good, I will say. Where, like, Jippity, what it does is, like, anytime I fed anything to GPT, like, I don't know how I think OpenAI is just, like, masters of marketing. But anytime I've given it a task to do anything, it never works. Unless it's just something as simple as, what color is the sky? And even then, it can get that wrong. It's just, I don't get how people still are using GPT. It's just awful in every respect. I don't care what benchmarks people show me. Anytime I fed it any kind of code, it breaks so bad. The only one I've ever had any kind of success with has been Anthropics. All right, let's see. Change drawable to drawables. Replaced FF with SF adjustment. That's all right. Added registration function. Yep. That looks good. Replace true and false with hashtag T, hashtag F, or bang, or no, pound. Updated PBT calls and error handling. Okay, that looks good, but let's double check everything, shall we? Beautiful. Yep. Great. So close. I mean, that's pretty good. Still gonna error, but we can fix that. Let's just go back over here. I tried Grok. Grok seemed about the same as GPT. The problem with Grok is I have no way of, like, feeding it files except uploading it to Grok and then saying, look at this and give me your feedback. But I haven't written off Grok yet. Let's see. Change that. Precision photo loads. Okay. Optionally install. Okay. Using registration functions. Yep, we changed that to register. Registration function blah, blah, is now deprecated. Improved settings for script view. The register procedure. Okay. Example of scripts. Declaring multi-layer capabilities. Okay. And then are being deprecated. So this is the doing F and T. Great. Rationale, whatever, I don't care. Use quit function to abort a script. A script doesn't return a value. That's fine. And using the display function to write a value. I thought there was a shebang in here. What was this? You must edit the script to include a shebang in the first line. In V3, you can install script foo scripts in the plugins directory. Oh, so if we're going to make it a plugin, so now you could actually put it in the plugins directory if you added the shebang. You don't necessarily have to do the shebang. Okay. That's the one thing I was like, oh, wait, it missed that. Apparently it didn't. Okay, cool. Let's try it. I like it. All right, we're going to save that. And let's copy it. Old Paul Sherman updated it on 2018, and I think I made some changes to it. I never updated any of the attributions. So this is quite a bit modified. I just didn't want to rewrite it. Well, yeah. All right, let's go GitHub. And we're going to go into GIMP help, scripts, boom. Copy outline. All right. And let's go into a new tab. And then GIMP 3 scripts. Bam. All right. So then we got our new script in here. Let's try it out. All right. Yep, sure. And then, oops. Oh, can we? Detach that. Let's push this over to 4. Perfect. And what I'm going to do, I just want this one effect. So simple, such a simple effect, but it's cool. Watch, look, watch, amazing. So then you go script, effects, outline. Then you add a glow radius, glow color. I'm not gonna feather it. Opacity, okay. Execution error, glow selection outline. Argument 2 must be a number. All right. And no working, but that's okay. This is the Boolean comparison logic. In GIMP script v3, when using v3 dialect, Boolean return values for PDB procedures are different. Let me check the specific line causing the issue and fix it. The error is likely in the line where we compare the result of GIMP selection is empty to true. In v3, we should use a more natural Boolean check and handle the return value properly. Actually, let me check if there's any other comparison issues. Okay, good. The problem might be with the Boolean comparisons later in the code. Let me fix the Boolean logic and have it more compatible. The error caused by using the equal operator with Boolean values. In Scheme, equal is specifically for numeric comparisons. I fixed the Boolean logic by, instead of equal, true, I used car, blah, 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 which is a more natural in Scheme. Okay. So this one right here, just to say, this is there, then go ahead and do it. Instead of the equal, it's just a not. So when it's true, you just say, hey, is this here? And then if it's false, we just do a not. Okay. Seems like a simple fix. Let's keep that. Let's reload. Okay. Script foo. Can we do a live reload of script foo? I don't trust it. Let's just quit. Let's save this. Test. Okay. It's more natural, of course. Do you use MCP when working with LLMs, Mr. Chris? MCP. Why am I not getting that acronym? Well, what am I missing out of that acronym? Okay. there has to be a better. Close selection outline. Argument 2 must be a number. Yeah. Let's see. Glow selection outline. This is it. Argument 2. Yeah, let's see. It should be here. I want to say this on the glow selection outline. I think it's just outlined incorrectly. Let's look at the online examples. All right. MCP is a new protocol that basically allows you to use agents as APIs and guess paste all around it. Model context protocol. It gives LLM specific and secure context when working with your application. I need to look that up. I need to look that up. I still don't think this is it. I want to say the thing I think is the problem is probably this, the registration side of things. I think there's probably a formatting error or the double right here for the register event. But let's just take this to the logical conclusion. All right. Yeah, still the same thing. I swear it's the argument. To me, how this plays, using our brain here, instead of just feeding it all into AI to think for us, what I think it's doing is, I want to say the register filter is a problem. Check the register filter syntax. So, no, cancel. Check this syntax for the for script foo register filter v3 is different. So, yeah, what I'm thinking, it's not the changes I would have made. Ooh, okay, they changed that to a list instead of the single. Oh, the single quote would have thrown everything out of whack. Instead, now it's a list. Okay. So the new registration functions expect parameters to be constructed using lists rather than quoted lists. So the proper syntax, list default, And then list red RGB. Okay. Still use hashtag TNF directly. So let's keep that. I think we'll still get the same error, but I think that was probably a necessary change. The UFO thing you're wearing on your wrist. It's not that big. It's just a watch. God, you guys act like you've never seen a watch before. Alright, let's quit this. SF adjustment lighting degrees. What do we got? SF adjustment lighting degrees would be... You check if you are copying. Never know. You do. Oh, shoot. Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God. I'm such an idiot. You're right. It just clicked. Oh, and you're feeding it a whole bunch of bad ideas. Oh, that's hilarious. My bad. Yeah. Yeah. So is this legit? I feel like if that's legit, we have to change a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, damn it. That's hysterical. Man, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Well, all right. Gosh, I can't believe I did that. Thank you for someone pointing that out. That would have been hilarious if we went any further. Okay, new. Nice. Nice. Doesn't have a selection. This plugin creates a glow effect around us. Like, okay, cool. New error. New error. Now we can go. That was awful. That was terrible. Okay. No. That's not what we need. Okay, cool, but let's just change this. This should only execute when selection is visible and cancel if there is no selection. Yeah, we don't want it to do the whole image. That would just be stupid. Okay, so we're reverting, restoring the changes. And now, check for selection. So we have this. It doesn't have a selection, plugin will create. Okay. I still don't think that's gonna do it, but Sure. Do you think we actually have to? I wonder. You think it would just automatically run each time? Probably not. So let's try and launch. I think it loads it into memory when you first launch the application. So. Oh, now it's not even working. Yeah, now it's not even pulling in the filter. The script foods just completely disappeared. Man, I feel like we screwed up when I screwed up, I should say. Let's just take it back a little bit. Let's look at the history. Just show me the history. So here we go. There's this. It's not even the one I really want, but it's a good startable. All right. Going offset. Yeah. All right. Cool. Oh, no. Okay. So then we got that. All right. Let's go redo. And it's Control Y. Okay. So this is the very first iteration of it where it didn't work because of the equal signs. So then let's redo, and you'll know when it switches to here, this will be not keep selection. Is it working? Oh, there it goes. I feel like there's like this delay. There it goes. Okay. There we go. Right there is where I want it. Because there's a bit there where I was like, hey, let me just reload this. And then as soon as we did it, we went too far with the prompting. So we're just coming back a little bit, copying that just to have it in their clipboard. And now we're back. And now we're back to where we should be. Let's see what this does. See if we can't hack around and get that going. Bam. Boom. All right, great. So now we got this. And we're going to just do a new one. I don't want any history here. We're going to feed this. Error message. And let's give it a little bit more on the prompts here. Yeah, went too deep. Had to come back out. Had to get some breath. Now, this should only run when this image is currently selected, but giving this message. This image currently has a selection, but giving you this message. This image. All right, cool. Gotta be very specific. Okay, in GIMP 3.0, the GIMP selection is empty, changed its behavior. Script is incorrectly trying to get the first element. return value with car, but this function likely returns a boolean now. Okay. It's fine. Now, if we look at car in other places here, I feel like this would also be affected right here, maybe? Well, it depends. Did the GIMP developers in 3.0 change that function as well? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's just poke around and find out. All right. Keep that. Save. Rerun. Yeah, you gotta automate the thumbnails, man. Thumbnails suck to create. All right, so let's go here. Boom. Nah, still have a selection issue. Let's feed it the website again, just to make sure. Same issue. Check documentation at here. Where's the pixel art characters that used to appear on the screen at earlier streams? Oh man, I remember that. The AFK. That was like stream. What was it? Stream avatars. It was I think it was like a Steam thing. I was running it for a little bit there. Those were fun. All right, use v3 dialect for better PDP return handling. What else we got? Okay. Removing all the car. That's what I thought. That looked incorrect. So no car calls. Check other areas that might need similar updates. The GIMP layer new. Pointed out earlier. Let's see. All right, let's look at each change. Oh, well, I guess it's going back on its word on that one. It said it had to do hashtag T or a pound T, and then it's like, no, just kidding. We're gonna go back to true. Same with this. Just go. It's so strange because up here they left the pound F there. All right, these, and then it said not, and then it equals false. So again, strange mix mash here. Now these are the removals of the car calls. Okay. Chance of this working, probably somewhere around 3%. It's just, I don't know. Let's try it. Oh, it's new. A new error. Well, I always like new errors. Feels like we're progressing. Okay, so GIMP image base type has been renamed and removed in GIMP 3. Jeez. So what is it now? Get base type instead of base type. Okay. So most of GIMP 3, there's been many functions that have been renamed to use get or set prefixes for better consistency. Alrighty. Dude. We're getting there. Feels like just right around the corner. We'll have this up in no time flat. Yes. All right. Now we have this one. So where it says get layer new, I think this probably should be GIMP layer set new. I bet they just changed the name of it. Let's see what AI thinks. Oh, Rux dropped up a good thing about true and false. We'll have to take a look at that next. The issue's GIMP layer new function. In GIMP 3.0, the function's signature has changed. The error says it expects a string for argument 2, but we're passing select with a number. In GIMP 3, GIMP layer new has a different signature. Let me fix this by correcting it here. So they changed the order of the functions that are called. So in GIMP 2, it used to be image width, height, type, name, opacity, mode. In GIMP 3, they said image, name, width, height, type, opacity, mode. Oh my god. That's crazy. Why would you change that? God, I hope AI's lying. That would be wild to change that much shit for such an old project. Like, it would just break every single script. And essentially, people would just be like, screw it, I'm just going to rewrite the whole damn thing. I mean, almost, probably at this point is probably best. All right, let's check on Rux's bindings of true false, because apparently that changed with version 3. So true false are still in v3 dialect and are still numbers 1 and 0, but we recommend not using them. You can still pass the arguments to PDP calls taking a boolean, and they're still converted to the C notion and boolean truth. False is still 0, blah blah blah. Converts the call in the script console equals hashtag true. Okay. An argument for SF toggle is false or true, not hashtag F or T or pound F and T. Okay. Why would you make it this here but not change it for here? The whole point of upgrading all this shit and making it more consistent, that seems very inconsistent and just making random shit up and saying, hey, you should know that this conversion happens. So strange. So strange. Here we go. So getting rid of the car commands. Perfect. This was what I was wondering is true. And for false, so this one should be there, becomes a pound T. And then for this one, okay, this doesn't require conversion because true is 1. This should be converted for clarity, but doesn't require conversion. So some things require conversion, some things don't. This requires conversion. This doesn't require conversion. How to make no one ever use your software 101. God bless. Oh, you guys suck. I mean, GIMP already gets enough bad press. Oh, God. All right. All right. Let's keep going. Let's fix this really fast. Let's clear this out. Let's go back through and make sure we have everything as it is. So the big thing is I want to make sure we're avoiding that equals 1 because that one absolutely must be converted. So no car, and then also equal true or equal false, honestly, for that matter. Not equal 1. That's vector length. That is a binary, so that's fine. RGB. Okay. Think of the efficiency we're going to gain by fixing this. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. It's totally going to be worth it. Well, I mean, it looks like I think we got everything here. So I don't see any of the old true false BS in here. And I don't see any car. So that looks like that's been updated. I feel like almost everything looks good. And then some of the function calls changed around. How many? I think pretty much everything. So that'll also be kind of interesting. Double check this really fast. Let me make sure. CAAR must become just regular car. Okay. Oh, sunken cost fallacy has a hold of me now. It's just got its hooks in deep right now. That is just... Yeah. All right, let's relaunch. Give it a whirl. See what the next error is. All right. Gravy. Eval unbound variable. I bet you that's a function that has changed to a whole different name now in V3. Because if I was brain damaged and I was developing GIMP, I would just change every function and be like, yeah, go read the documentation. I don't think there is an LSP for GIMP. Okay, let's see. So GIMP edit clear had been renamed in GIMP 3.0. Let me fix this by using the correct function name. They changed like literally every function. They might as well just call it a different language. Because everything changed. Holy shit. Drawable edit clear. Oh man, that's funny. That's just funny at this point. Okay. Let's keep that. And let's give it a shot. All right, let's see what the next error is. I bet the documentation doesn't mention it. Yeah, knowing most FOSS projects, usually the documentation doesn't. But the developer will tell you to check the documentation anyways. It's typically par for the course. All right, next up, GIMP image set active layer. Not there. Now, that looks like a valid function call. GIMP image set active layer seems very direct. So let's go and see what this one is. So, next error. Okay, so GIMP has been renamed in GIMP 3.0. What'd they rename it to? Okay. GIMP image set active layer has been renamed to GIMP image set selected layers, plural. And then they added vector effect layer. This can't be right. Okay, surely AI is making this up because this would just be absolutely insane to change this. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. Okay, well, like, but I don't even know if this is anywhere. Let's try and find this in the documentation. I want to just see. This seems absolutely bonkers to me. All right, let's go reference manual. GIMP library. Okay, maybe no, that's not found. Okay, maybe let's try the search. Okay. So GIMP image didn't find that. Well, let's look online. Maybe just Google has it somewhere. Okay. Developer GIMP. Let's try here. GIMP image set selected layers. Okay, so API version 3. Here we go. So you set selected layers like this, available since 3.0. Let's make sure. Let's look at set active layer. GIMP image set active layer. I want to just see for the reference here. Sent. So this is grid. This is get set. Yeah, so they did get rid of set active layer and changed it to set selected layer. So I guess AI wasn't hallucinating this. Man, that's wild. How like, it has to be documented somewhere. I mean, hell, AI figured it out. Man. All right, well, we got new references, so we can reference this and see. Let's see what the next error is. I'm sure there's more functions that have changed. I think they just changed every function in GIMP with 3.0 and said, hey, 2.0 was this function name. Let's pull a goof and just change every function name. That's wild. That's just crazy. Talk about just like shitting all over your user base. Would expect no less. All right. Continuing on. Let's go. All right. GIMP image get active layer. I bet that is referred to as get selected layers right here. So, all right. I think we'll just see what changes. It's going to change all GIMP active get active layers to get selected layers, I would imagine. Let's just feed that in, and it should catch it and then update that for us. Oh, all right, found it. Porting script foo scripts. Man, that'd be cool if they had like a script to port the scripts. Just copy paste all the functions in the site, man. Well, I don't know what the fuck functions are changed, what nons are not. I don't know what the correlation between like, this is nonsensical, okay? This is just stupid. GIMP image get active layer, I didn't know they changed it. It was a function in 2.0. It's not a function in 3.0. They've changed it to GIMP image get selected layers. Like, everything's changed. I just manually go through these and double check the references. Like, we ain't got all fucking day here. We got like another hour before I'm just like deuces. So yeah, we're gonna do it like this. This is what AI was meant to do. The old way sucked. You gotta be shitting yourself if you're like, I'm not gonna use AI at all for something like this. That would just be insane. Like, this is something that it should be able to do relatively well. All right, now let's see what it changed. It looks like it's just this one. Let's go here with this. But before we run the next one, let's double check. I think we could feed it the site and say, look at all the functions, convert them. So let's go GIMP. Back. What is this? libgimp methods. Image type. All right, great. Let's double check that. Oh, okay, so we can do debug messages. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, select the methods and paste. Yeah, I got you. That's exactly what I was about to do. All right. Notice a lot of functions no longer exist in v3. Check this against the developer website here. Yes, pull it down. Now I can see exactly GIMP 3 API functions based on the official documentation. I see the functions I was trying to be used were indeed correct. The key functions that exist in GIMP 3.0 are now this. Okay. Keep fetching. Now let's check selection and layer APIs and make sure I have the right function names and remaining issues. I can see the selected functions are correctly named. Issue I need to name the right. Fix a few more function calls on the official API. Okay, I see the issue now. Wait, what? They changed hyphen to what? Underscore, what are you doing? GIMP selection underscore prefix, not GIMP dash selection. Okay, it might be hallucinating now. Okay, I think it's gone off the rails. Okay, yeah. Stop. No, we're not doing that. I was like, okay, now you're gone too far. Gotta rein it in here. No good. Oh, we got a raid. I'm sorry, I was just so obsessed over here. Thanks, raiders. Yeah, we were working on this, porting GIMP script foo version 2 to version 3. It's been a fun journey. It's been a little bit crazy. They essentially changed all of the other ones, so that's been wild. Let's look at the porting docs just one more time, because man, that's been just so many changes. Almost all the old function calls we were utilizing in v2 no longer exists in v3, and it's been fun. Oh man, but it's gonna pay off in the end. A lot of people in chat said, "Now you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time, Titus." Think of the seconds I'm gonna serve. You just think of all those extra clicks I will no longer have to do ever again until GIMP updates to v4, and then I'm totally screwed again. But that's probably not gonna be for like another 10 years. So I think I'll get this time back. All right, that's fine. Yeah, AI was hallucinating too here, like it doing like the underscore thing. I was like, nah, that's not right. So let's undo this. I don't think there was anything else other than it changing the underscores. Maybe we're there. All right, let's feed this in, see what we get. Oh yeah. Let's check that too. So here's the porting guides. classes. Doesn't really show. What about the PDP calls? Okay. Context changes. So if you see gimp dot file underscore load or save, that's also changed. And then selection operations. It's now gimp dot selection. PDP is not used at all anymore. Dang, man. That is just so much. All right. And then remove functions. Okay. We've got a few removed functions here with replacements. So all the floating functions were removed, so it no longer does floating. That's fine. Dang. That is crazy. So wild. Yeah, copy that and pray. I agree, Phoenix. Oh, this isn't for scripts. Okay, so this is probably the plugins. Well, good to know it's not just scripts. They were no holds bars. They were like, hey, we hate everybody equally. Oh. So, yeah, they're just like, let's just change it all. Dang. Oh, yeah, the Omarchy setup, dude. I love it. It's been great. I actually added it to the Linux utility, too. So it's working really well. All right, I feel like that's good. That's good. That's good. All right, let's give it a whirl. Did we already do it? I can't remember. Get active layer. Oh, no. The active layer didn't go through. That should have been selected layer. Get active. Yeah. We didn't reload it. My bad. I thought I reloaded it. I was like, I thought we made that change. All right. So now, bam. All right. GIMP edit fill is now changed. Okay. Let's feed that the markdown file again. I really liked that website. I really liked this one. But yeah, let's just feed that. We're so close. So this code's gonna add a dark outline on the outside of it. Stop. This should use hyphen, not underscore. Yeah, I was about to go completely off the rails there, and I was like, no. Just change that. It'll be fine. Yeah, much better. Okay, great. Kept it in bounds. It didn't let it stray. Feeling good. Now, let's quit this. Discard. Relaunch. I'm feeling good about this. Feeling better. I feel like we're making good progress. Victory! Yes! Ha! Perfect. All right, one script done. 4 more to go. Ah, shit. All right. We got there. First try. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Man. That was terrible. Let's just change this to 0, 0 before I forget. I did want to change this. Save it. So now, why I'm changing the RGB value is because instead of once upon a time when I first made this script, like I found the script and then I repurposed it 5 years ago, and I never changed it. Initially I was doing these weird orange colors, and then I was like, oh, that was a mistake. Did I not open it? I thought I had it open. Okay, there it goes. And I switched it back to black now. Ah, glow color's still there. Oh, man. Discard. 1 second. Was that not? No, glow color's zeros now. I must not have hit save. There might be another spot in there where it does that. I don't know. No, the glow color should be black. Right there, zeros. So it should be that. Well, that's just odd. Oh, what we got? What do we got, Phoenix? Well, I just wanted a black glow color. Oh, yeah. Text neon logo. Ooh. Let's see. Let's go steal some people's work. I like where your head's at, Phoenix. Oh, this is all GIMP 2.0. 2.0. Still. Ooh. That looks new. Wizard book study. What's this? Oh no, that's just adjectives. Okay. GIMP matting. That's old. Almost all the GIMP stuff's gonna be old. 3.0 just hit the shelves, so yeah. Anyways, it's cool. Very, very cool. Now, this still didn't... Why didn't it... So, glow colors here. Did I not... Glow opacity? That's fine. But... It seems like the glow color... Let's see where... Okay, let's see where glow color's being defined and used. Only 2 spots. Well, that seems pretty self-explanatory, so it should work. As that color is specified right here. And SF color, unless this is incorrect. Because I wanted to just change it to black from that orange. What do we got, Rux? Just a heads up, if the script-free script is implemented with the V3 plugin, you can edit the script while GIMP is running. You don't have to restart GIMP for changes to make it say, oh. Man, maybe I should do it as a plugin. And then just that way I don't have to sit there and keep relaunching. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of like, eh. But the big thing, I'm kind of like, why isn't... The script doesn't seem to be reloading. So when you go... This one... Oh, no. It's reloading. There it is. So there it is. Black. Perfect. So we could change this to a plugin instead of a script. I guess my just pig-headedness won't allow me to do that. Well, let's just go. What is today's date? 2025 on GIMP 3.0. What GIMP are we on now? GIMP 304. All right, 304. Perfect. I'll just say CTT. Bam. All right. Windows 7. Aha. Anyways, 3.0. 3.0. Let's fix this real fast. Not that anybody else but me will probably use this, but, you know, just in case. There's some person that's like, hey, I like this script. They don't have to go through all the pain and suffering we did for the past hour. Now, having said that, I think the next scripts are going to be way easier to fix. Now we kind of got a good basis and an outline of what the hell is going on. So now that we've trained it might actually just be able to pick it up. Let's go new. Let's see, because we should be able to just one-shot it. That'd be nice. All right. Change this GIMP v2 script to v3. Change all the functions and update it to the developer API. At where's that at? Developer API. Boom. Developer.gimp.org. All right. Now we're gonna know real fast because this car right here should be completely removed. The trues, I think, will actually change as well. The truthy and all these edit and image selections should be fine as well. And then this down here, these SF values are going to have to change. Okay. So we're going to be able to really point it out now. Yeah, there used to be a reload scripts button in 2, but they deprecated it, I think, now. So now plugins are hot reloaded. Okay. So maybe we go back to our old one, try to switch it to a plugin and see what that looks like. Kind of cool. It's kind of fun. A little aggravating at first. I apologize if any GIMP devs ever see this stream. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Luckily, it's not really immortalized anywhere except for maybe YouTube members. Let's see. All right, here we go. We're gonna know real fast. GIMP selection is empty. It did remove the car, so there's that. You got the get image base type. The selection is empty. If we look at the outline, was that a valid function? If GIMP selection is empty, yep, that is valid. All right, great. Removal of car. Again. Get selection save, I don't think is valid. If we look at this one, let's see what the save. GIMP selection save, yep, that is actually valid. Great. That's changed. GIMP drawable type with alpha. GIMP context get gradient set for. Oh, I think the GIMP context changed as well. Let's check that. GIMP layer new. I'm going to say that's different. Let's see. Nope, that's good too. Well, shoot, it might have one-shotted it. Let's see. Define debug equals true. Okay, let's try that, Rux. All right, towards the top. So you said propose let's say purpose global flag to control define debug true. So you're wanting something like that. Okay. And then let's copy it. Oh man, you know, I kind of want to just symlink this just so we don't have to copy it 2 places and then update it. Hell, let's just do that. You know, I'm gonna do that. Let's remove. I know this is a little jank, but whatever. Scripts. So we're gonna remove the scripts right there. Then we're gonna link symbolic. Let's go pwd. Link symbolic. Scripts. We're going to put this in home Titus. Toss this .config GIMP 3.0 scripts. Perfect. Now close that. Yep. Open up our test. Boom. Script foo. Effects. So you have the outline right here, but we do not have the other one. Did it put it somewhere in here? Is that it? That might have been it. What'd this call? Where did it drop it? All right, so this one, script foo menu register. Where'd this one put it? Let's just take this guy and update it. light shadow. This one was called Glow Selection Shadow. I'm going to save this. And then if you look at the filters in here, go filters, light and shadow, glow selection, shadow. I do not see anywhere in here. Let's reload. Discard. All right, let's see. I know you guys are tired of me launching this, but no, still didn't do it. So it's not adding that at all. Let's add that thread script view v3 plugins. Don't forget to delete the original version of SEM file and scripts. Git complains that there's plugins, scripts at the same time. Man, this is really new. This just came out in February this year. Normally worked, you could refresh, but the refresh scripts disappeared in 2.10.38. Okay, so then at the very start we'll do this, and then also add the script foo use v3. And then we should be able to just push this to a plugin. I dig it. So at the very start, first line, let's make the interpreter shebang right there at the start. And then we also want to add the script foo v3. And if we do the same over here, ooh, I don't even want to touch this one though. Let's add plugins. Oh wow, this is like an old binary. Let's just get rid of these. We'll add open containing folder. Let's just change all these to plugins. Great. All right, great. So for the effects, this one didn't work at all anyways, but just to clear this out, let's just clear these two lines. And I'm going to delete that sim link we created. And we didn't add it over here. Great. Cool. All right, cool. And we do LL, remove scripts. Bam, we'll just trash that. We can make directory scripts. Plugins. So there is some plugins in there. Let's just dump those. I'm trying to think if that was me or it looks like me. Okay, plugins is empty and then plugins is empty. So which one is GIMP using? There's multiple directories here. Kind of weird. What's up, Evo? Win32 anti-exe, probably not needed. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that's probably not. I'm just like, what is the folder for this? Plugins here. Plugins. Okay, it's plugin dash plugins. Okay, so that was not a valid thing anyways. That's where it should reside, right here. So let's double check what's there. So here's our GIMP help ones. And if we go into plugins, move to trash, and these plugins completely empty. So perfect. Let's move that to trash. Back here, let's just take this guy. And we're gonna name it plug-ins, as we're gonna mirror it to that one. So we'll just open terminal here. Bloop. And then we just link symbolic home Titus get GIMP help plugins, boom, to plugins. Perfect. So then plugins will symlink back to that folder. We're all set up, ready to develop. And now we just add the shebang and then the script few use. And Bob is your mother's brother. I dig it, right? Let's test it first on our effects selection because we know this one actually works. So we're just going to add these files right here and right here. We're going to empty those. Boom. Actually, I think it needs to be under the main subroutine, right? So, no, it's there. Yeah, so we were actually already doing it on this one. Okay, cool. So you actually put this in the definition for the glow outline image right here, and then it should be fine. I don't think we need to add that anywhere else. So you have your defines up here, and then you have that, based on my understanding. At the start of the main function. Cool. So this one actually already had most of it. We just added the shebang. And now let's go over to this one. It has the shebang, but this is incorrect. The define debug we can leave. But then right here is where we add the hotness. Boom. Probably 2. What do we got? Yeah, it's 1 indentation. I don't think the indentation levels matter, but I'm not taking any chances. So we got script foo. There's a thing. Perfect. Okay. So we have that. This should be coming into script foo effects extension, even though it's technically a plugin now. And now we should have hot reloading. Did we finish undo? This looks wrong. Script foo register filter. This never got updated. And the values are off. Yeah. Let's feed that back into this changes. Also make changes according to this upgrade documentation. What phone models are you currently using for your 3CX setup, your hardware phone? Oh, Fanville. Yeah, this one I have right here kind of sucks. But I think the newer Fanvilles work pretty good. I think I just cheaped out and got the cheap stuff on Amazon. I don't think this one's necessarily supported very well. Let's see. V3 SCM scripts that are plugin go into folders that are the same names as part of the SCM file. Oh, the part before the SCM file. These folders go into GIMP's plugin folders, not the scripts folder. So each script has to have its own subfolder within the plugins folder. Oh, jeez, man, this is turning into quite the adventure. I read this before, I think. We pulled it up earlier, I think. But yeah, I think I remember reading that. Calling the PD a program from script view. Yep. Cool. Oh shit, what? Oh damn. Oh god, that is a sea of red. Talk about nuke the world. Wow. Let's go. Wow. Damn. All right. Modern dialogue for persistence. Okay, let's keep it. Sure, let's just nuke the whole thing. I kind of want to keep that image script foo settings. I kind of like that. I know it's a little old school, but it's just something I'm just so used to that I think I'm just going to keep that. All right. What do we have? Let's look through, just see if it did something stupid. Oh, man. Where is this thing? I like that. But we do need to change that now. Let's change this. I think we can just rename. So and we're going to rename this one. Okay. And then it wants to be something like this, right? For whatever reason, it wants to be encapsulated inside of that folder. And then we just take this guy, same thing. New folder. Paste that. Then we put that in there. All right, great. So then everybody has their own folder. And as you see, folder name matches that. And technically these script foos now should act as GIMP plugins. All right. So this is the one we're working on now. And now when we close out of this and launch into GIMP, you should have plugins. but I do not see those plugins. Damn. I don't think that worked. I think I'm doing something wrong for the plugin to load.
Yeah, well, the dude
Rocker,
abides.
thanks for the tier 1, man. 2 months. All right, let's go. We did make folders. We did make folders. Okay, we already looked at that. And as far as making the plugin for this, all right, re-implementing Hello World and Script Foo 3. You have the shebang right here. You think the comments are screwing it up? Since we switched from that? I don't know. Maybe. All right, so you have that. Boom. So you have your define, and this is the main script. Boom. And then you got the script for USB3 we've added. It's fine. Done all those. Same as C, Python, any other plugin. You must create a folder in your plugins directory. And put your script file, script foo file in this folder with the same name, only add in the SCM function extension. Oh, did we not change? No, we changed the files. We changed the files. Oh, did we make them executable though? That I don't think we did. Oh, what? Let's just go. Yeah, let's remove that. Plug in. Okay. So here are these guys. Now, those other two we're going to ignore for now. But let's go 3. Glow selection. Let's try the outline first. Yes, reading is good. So let's make that executable. Perfect. Now, let's go back to the other one. And this is going to be the shadow. Chmod executable. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. All right, now we're going to have it. Now your pants are blue. Yes. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. Awesome. Now we got to figure out why the other one's not loading. I imagine script foo, register filter. How many places is that repeated? Not that it matters. But that does seem to work. Okay. So why isn't this one working now? It's not showing up in the selection. So this plugin isn't loading. We have the shebang. What about this define debug? Maybe that's throwing me through a loop. Let's try that. Wait. This looks wrong. This setup on the define looks wrong. Yes. Wait, no. That's fine. Just don't like how that's set real fast. 1 second. How do we do the indentation here? I just kind of want to match it. Okay, drawables. I'm just gonna do it like this. Boop, boop. Yeah, feather radius, glow radius, color, opacity, and then keep selection. Okay, so if we look at this, that kind of mirrors our setup here, but this does not look, something just looks really off here. Man, I think it's just nested so deep. God, the one thing I hate about AI code a lot of times is they nest shit like crazy. Like they'll do like 20 if-else statements. Like no human would ever code like that. And sometimes it makes just doing it, it's just like, ugh. Yeah. That should not be read. Yeah, the other one's 2 spaces. I don't think, does that matter, you think? And if we look at this one, I don't know. What's up, Z80? Oh yeah, that is 2. I don't like how the structure is. Let me just take this. Look at the structure of glow selection. Oh no, not shadow. Of glow selection outline. And check for inconsistencies in this file, as it does not load. Okay, there's a malformed conditional statement. Okay, that should be conned, not cons. Missing layer type constraint. Okay. And looking at this, it does look like it fixed a lot of the indentation, so it's not like all over the place now. Oh no. What? No. No, 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 no. We're on the wrong damn file. No, no. Undo. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, undo that. It's trying to fix something that's not broken. Typical. All right. I'm in the wrong file. No. Oh my God. It's been a day. It's been a day. You know, but we made progress. Honestly, the fact we got outline working is really nice. I just want shadow to work. Change the shadow to match the consistency and structure of this file, colon. And then what we're going to do is just going to take the outline and go bam. Okay. Shadow. SCM. All right, it's got to read SCM. Gonna go, okay. I see this is a good file. Now let's compare the two files and see where the shadow script completely falls on its head. Okay. It's fine. I mean, sure, I don't care. These aren't great changes so far, but I'll allow it. No, you know, I never went back to Graphene OS. Old Google overlords still have me. I don't think I'll ever switch from Google. You know? Google's been pretty good to me. I don't know where the hell it's... Yeah, it looks like it's just doing a lot of thinking. There's a lot to fix, though. Oh no, here we go. Yeah. A lot of changes here. It's just gonna go back and change all of that. I thought we just wanted to do if not keep selection false, but yeah, if not keep selection would be the way to go. And when you're defining the drawable, you should have the draw. Oh no, it's there. Okay. I think it's pretty good. Okay. Let's try that. Now let's run it. Okay, shadow's appearing now. Great. Perfect. Victory. Dude. One-shotted it. So we got the shadow, and now we got the outline as well. So then we just got to do save. This one should be pretty easy to do. Although the script is from 11 years ago. But still kind of cool. I use save JPEG, save PNG. I wanted to add a WM. Quite. I probably will save. Let's just rename this as 3. Save. I don't really use JPEG anymore. I'm trying to think. No, sometimes for web, I still use it for that. PNG, probably not so much anymore. WebM's kind of taken over for me, or WebP. I kind of need all three though. There's times where I'm like, oh, I just want a PNG because it's easier to read. A little more widely accepted with transparency. Although WebP is what I use exclusively on my website, so I don't know. All right. All right, let's go. Boom, new. Update this for let's see how it's doing. Since we've been training it the last couple hours, I don't think we need to prompt it that much now. Let's see. Let's just see how it does. Yeah. For art and high quality, PNG still used. That's kind of where I'm like, I can't really get rid of them all. I still have use cases for JPEG, PNG, and WebP. It's like WebP for websites, it just makes sense. There's just such a better compression and just a way more efficient version of it. So I think that just makes sense. Okay. Damn, so this wants to switch it from a script file to straight up Python. Oh, it just said, screw it. Let's just write the whole thing in Python. Yeah, I don't know if Paul Sherman's still alive, but let's just keep giving him credit for this. I don't want to take credit for it. Watch Paul Sherman watch this and be like, oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, we just did it through the terminal, so we got it set as executable. I kind of want to see, this could be cool. So as much as I crapped on the GIMP folks at the start of the stream, I mean, this could be really neat because instead of doing an SCM file for a script, it looks like since it accepts shebangs, you could do Python, you could do, heck, maybe even Bash. You could do a lot of different scripts for this. I think we could do some really fun things with the GIMP plugins. That might not be so bad. Oh man, it's changing a bunch of stuff, man. Let's just go. I mean, it one-shotted the last one for the most part. This is so different, though. I don't anticipate this actually working. A little bit too much on the vibes. You never know, though. There's a simple installation script. Okay. Sure. Let's go. Oh, God. All right. Let's just, at this point, it's just throwing everything. Talking about bash scripts, here we go. Oh my gosh. That's too great. That's hilarious. That's quite a bit of code, all Python based, just to save the image as a JPEG. I'll allow it. So it created save as JPEG Python. We have the plugin CFG for the plugin manifest. It created the documentation. We have the bash install script that'll actually copy it and install it in there. We don't need to run that. And then technical migration. Okay. Sounds good. Let's run it. let's see how it goes. Oh, let's see. Do I miss anything? All right. ChatGPT sucks. It can suck my nuts. Anytime I use ChatGPT, it's just awful. Anthropic, Sonnet 4, every single day of the week for me. I hate almost every single other AI agent. It feels like Sonnet 4 is the only one with half a brain. Real talk. Like, when it comes to programming, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a skill issue. Maybe I just didn't feed it the correct parameters or whatever. Well, Sonnet 4 just understands me and goes, okay, it's Titus again. We're just going to handle things this way. And then we're able to massage the code. And almost every single time by the end of the stream, we have a working product or a working script or whatever we're trying to do. It's usually working by the end of it. There's still some polish to be had, almost always, but the fact it gets there is kind of crazy. Oh, so anyway, speaking of which, I wanted to try this guy. So let's say we got our test right here. We're like, hey, okay, now file, save. File, save. Export, create template. Save it. Okay, here we go. Export, save as JPEG. Okay, here it is. So you go export, save as JPEG file. Did it work? No, that didn't work. Yeah, that would have been cool. But yeah, it totally just fell on its face. Anyways, super cool. I like the idea. But we just wasted a ton of tokens on that. Man, I should not have let it just go so far off the reservation. But at this time, I was just like, you know what? I'm so happy with the performance today. I'm going to just let it be creative and do its own thing. Anyways, let's just delete everything because that was awful. Delete. It's neat that it can actually, I mean, I think it can do actual Python. That's neat. I just kind of wanted to see it. But yes, that's just terrible. So we probably would just do like a conversion of this to the shebang like we did with this guy. And we change it to an interpreter like this. And then under the define, save image. Where's the structure here? Oh, I don't think we put it here. So I believe during this definition, this is the spot we would toss. Usually at the start here. We have the define. This is the v3 section. So I would probably wouldn't go too far off the reservation. I would probably do something like this. And then we need to update all of these to be correct. And this is such a small file too. Let's just do a new one. I bet we can get it one shot at here. Let's give it a little bit more of a prompting. Upgrade this script foo v2 to v3 according to documentation, and then let's feed it the old tutorial conversion documentation that has worked so well. We also have the developer.gimp.org for the API calls, and then this changes a v3, kind of inform it, hey, what not to do. And I think that's it. Rux banned somebody asking someone to be their business partner. Hey, it's the first ban on the channel. Congrats, Rux. Oh, that's awesome. Man, we haven't really banned anybody. Yeah. It has been a minute. Yeah, I mean, it's been... Dude, I think the last ban we did was like a year and a half ago. I think it was when we were running a Minecraft server, actually. We had somebody that was a little bit on the talkative side. Got kind of annoying, and I was like, we're gonna ban him. I'd probably unban him now. But yeah. Yeah, you know, I really do like VS Code. It's such a solid editor. And you know, it's funny, I don't even pay for any of the extra stuff because I'm using like Copilot or whatever. And I like it better than Cursor. Like, the fact that so many people are using Cursor now kind of blows my mind. Because Cursor's like crazy expensive, right? It's like $20 a month or something now. Like, I remember when Cursor first came out and I was on it for a couple of months, I was like, oh, this is neat. You can prompt and ask questions and stuff. And then Cursor... Oh, that's right. I got really mad at Cursor because it started going like way too hard into agent mode, and I kept having to push it back to ask when I wanted to just ask, and it just kind of just took over. It just started just doing way too much, and then it would keep iterating, and I'm like, no, you need to stop. I need to look at this stuff that you're doing. And then it kind of started hiding some of the output of the terminal and things, and there's just, I don't know. I just really didn't like the direction that Cursor was heading, and I was just like, all right, I'm going back to VS Code. It's been good though. All right, changing the ones and zeros to true and false. True. SF1 drawable. Great. Let's keep that. So now we have this, and let's see if the export command comes through. I think this is just a better way of doing it. People hate on people that overuse AI and don't think for themselves. Yeah. I think that's the big thing. Like, the thing I love about AI is it's fun. It's a blast to do on stream. Because, like, it's not fun watching me read a manual. And the cool thing about AI is usually you can get to somewhat of a working product and you can do it pretty fast. Now, what isn't shown on AI is a lot of times, like, the grunt work or the boring parts is I usually do after hours, because a lot of times where I'm not using AI, it's not exactly as fun because I'm sitting there going, well, that didn't work. Well, you think about this, and then there's like these long pauses, and then I'm like, all right, let me maybe I'll try and reference that and then try and hunting down that solution. It's just a whole different workflow that's just probably not as entertaining. All right, let's go file, export. No. Did not show. File, save as. No, I don't think it showed up on there. You got export as and file export, but I do not see a save as. Yeah. Oh my God, you added more roundness to the corners in my windows in Hyperland. No, no Rux. Bad Rux. Yeah, no, AI is awesome as a tool. It is. It's so much fun. It's great, but you have to take the time and read what it's doing. That's why I kind of like doing it on stream too, because as I read, I can just say what I'm seeing, and that helps me retain what it's doing. Or at least that's what I tell myself. Oh man. All right, let's see what happened here. It didn't show. File save image. File save. It didn't show up on the menu here. Didn't show up over here. Huh. This didn't show up on the context menu. Is it loaded? Image is the name of the menu item. It's not executable. Thanks, AI. We forgot to make it executable. I'm pretty sure that's okay. Image file save. I want to. It should show up as an export menu, submenu, and file. Yes, that doesn't make any sense, but it works. Trust me. Trust me, bro. It works totally. It did not show up here because it never got loaded. So let's relaunch. Rux is like, sure. I believe you. But it still didn't show up. So you might be right. You might be right there. Oh, for writing? I kind of, as much as I crap, shit on GPT earlier, GPT for writing is fine. It's okay at writing. For that. I don't know, past that. Kind of like, Okay, let's see. According to GIMP documentation, installing the plugins directory, the structure should be there, blah, blah, blah. Define 3JP, okay. The function and directory name, does that need to change? I don't think that needs to be changed. I don't think that really matters, but sure. Yeah, it's good for a search engine as well. Image file save, I don't know what that should be. It's just changing the name of it, but that's not actually going to fix this. I agree with you, Rux. I feel like there should be something there, like this should be on an export menu or something. Yeah. Oh, look in the image drop-down menu. In GIMP? Save as JPEG. What was it? Images, file. Yeah, no, it didn't make it into this menu. I don't think it loaded, to be honest with you. I think it borked the whole thing. I don't know what this is doing, but I'm just kind of letting it go. It's off in left field. I probably should reel it in. Yeah, let's just stop you. Okay, you've had enough. Yeah, no. Let's just undo that, and we're gonna continue. It was a cool effort. No, is a Copilot worth it? No. I just use the free models, man. Use the free models. I would just go with that. All right, we got directory, export directory specification for GIMP 3. File export should be sufficient. Oh, I think that's fine. Oh, this is Sonnet 4. It's my favorite model. It's the Chad of all AI models. Okay. So now the file should come into file export. And it should probably export now that we have SF directory name specification. I wonder. Apparently it needs this for GIMP 3. Well, let's give it a whirl. Let's just see. It's not here yet. Let's quit it out. pkill GIMP. Just in case GIMP didn't kill itself. I think some of these times when we've gone like and done a hot reload, sometimes I don't think it actually killed itself. And I was like, ah, man. Ah, it still didn't save it. Oh, well. Tried Battlefield 6. Nah, the whole needing secure boot, not my jam. So I probably will be out on Battlefield 6. I just don't have secure boot enabled, and I don't feel like enabling and doing it. Soft as weed. Thanks for tier 1. I think you're number 1 right now on the streak leaderboard too, Soft. Appreciate you, man. I did file export for the export there to Rux. So we went there. It used to be file save. I'm fine having it. I hate having kernel level anti-cheat. Yeah, that too. I'm not a big fan of kernel level anti-cheat either. So we did get this working. There was a file export menu. We got it working as a Python script earlier. It was kind of funny. The Python script didn't work, but the actual file actually showed up. Man, we must be missing something, dude. What? Check why the docs, why this isn't loading. Oh, yeah. Sign the drivers on Mint. Maybe. An existing menu option. I don't think that's the case, but I could be wrong. Yeah, let me see. Let's check the API as well. Because I bet you there's something like an image save or file name save. Set file. No. Let's go up a level. Just go. What macros do we got? No, I don't see anything there. Damn. Let's go check functions. Refer to this functions. Let's give it feed that too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's been executable. All right, what else is it changing? No export directory. Okay. Need to update the function signature to accept the file name parameter. I mean, it should just save it as the file name. Well, let's see if it actually loads up. Before we go crazy here, though, so proper shebang, it's already correct. Updated registration function. Okay, so that's not changed at all. We have V3 dialect, we already did. The one drawable is already there. Boolean values, nothing changed. File explored interface seems keep going back and forth here. SF file name parameter provided for dialogue for users. I don't like that per se. It was not missing that, but okay. Okay, let's just keep that. Check if functions are correct using API docs. Let's feed it some GIMP API docs. Yes, pull it down. Dude, we've been going for almost 5 hours. Holy crap. That's crazy. Okay. Looking through there, there is a mention for a new function file save. Is correct function. The old file JPEG save function is no longer available. Let me check for edit functions. Okay. So I think we were using an old defunct. I had a feeling there was something like that. Okay. SBCTL is what you're looking for. there any chance you could add Florp to your browsers? Oh, yeah, we could add that, Ash. I thought it was already there. Was Florp not in there? It's wild. Although I think a lot of people love Zen now on the Firefox realm of things. Dude, this changed. Okay, there it goes. I was like, dude, it didn't even change anything. Oh, damn. That is quite a bit different. This did not actually, it looks like it's file JPEG save, so that's gone. On file save, it has to still give it the option. Let's go GIMP file save. GIMP file save. File save, GIMP. Where you at? All right, file save. So we got export options. Type run mode, image, file, options. Oh God. All right, so all this changed. That's why we're having so many problems exporting. Okay. Okay. So you have run mode, GIMP image, G file, and export options on the GIMP file save. What did it do here? GIMP file save, non-interactive image, file objection. Okay, run mode, non-interactive, image, file objections, and then GIMP export options false. So it just says, hey, give me whatever. I mean, I guess that should work. All right, let's try that. I mean, it cuts it down by a good margin. Hell, half the file's just freaking documentation or just comments now. I could probably cut all that out. All right. Let's go. I do not see that. It did not load. Did not load. Running bash scripts with F5. Oh, I don't know. I've always just run bash scripts in a separate terminal. It's for whatever reason, I don't like the default terminal inside of VS Code per se. I don't mind if AI uses it, but I don't particularly care for it. Okay. I still don't think that's it, but okay. Should be well, one second. Well, huh. Oh, it erased the whole thing. Yeah, it works, man. Ooh, but this is just the test. Okay, cool. Script view interpreter. Dude. Okay. What you doing over here? I just don't think that's it. I mean, it could be, though. It is a save. Save as JPEG doesn't work. We know that. I mean, it's just a function name, so it should be fine. Okay. Yeah, it's just deleting everything now. It's going wild. Yeah, let's just stop it. Let's accept it. Let's just see what happens. I think this one we're going to go from scratch, though. I don't think there's any point. Like, at this point, we're not using any line that is the normal code. Right now, it's just trying to add this to file export. It should come out export somewhere in there. It's not going to do anything because we don't actually have anything in here. But let's just see if it loads it. And I think that was the test it was doing. So if we had this up and you go file, export, there it is. So it would work. So that's what it would look like. So then you could just save that out and it would export as a JPEG. That didn't export though, did it? It shouldn't have. So here's your test right here. It'd be a test JPEG right there. So yeah, so it does work. This section that we were kind of hung up on, I think we just rewrite that whole thing and then go from there. I'll probably do this offline. It's getting a little bit long in the tooth, so to speak. So it's like, start v3 conversion. Let's commit that, sync it up. I'll work on it a little bit later. I know it's probably getting kind of boring, but yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure v3 needs to be there, but yeah. We're close, and I'm starting to understand the V3 changes. I just didn't realize how massive that GIMP V2 to V3 is. They just changed everything, and that was wild. That was a wild choice, and for whatever reason they chose to do that. Wow. But that's okay. Like, I mean, the two function I really cared about the most was the shadows and then the outlines. I use that like all the time. It saves me a ton of time of going through menus, and I just wanted to go do it. And we got those accomplished. So that's the ones I really cared about. So I'll stop bitching about GIMP. And the rest, I'll probably pound away on inside later tonight and finish out those scripts, but it should be good. Yep. Come back later. Time for a break. Usually that's how it goes. You get a good, we had like a good like 3 hours, 4 hours of really good flow state there where it felt like we really knocked out some cool script conversions. And heck, the Linux book got updated quite a few times too today. Man, that was it. I honestly didn't expect to get anything done today because I started the day. I was like, man, I'm dragging today. I'm not feeling it. And then, hey, we got a lot done. Love it. So thanks everybody that stayed here, sitting me bouncing around. The 159 people stayed around. It was fun. So Photoshop doesn't work for shit on Linux, so don't do that. If you do try it, use a really old version of Photoshop, and yeah, definitely not any of the always up to date subscription only Photoshop. That's not going to work so well. So yeah, it's all good. Better to use AI than Photoshop. Well, I've tried it a couple of times on thumbnails, and it's just kind of like, not great. It looks too fake. I can't put my finger on it, but anything it draws, I'm just like, it's good, it's passable, but it's like obviously not done by me, and it doesn't have my aesthetics or tastes, so it's just not good. It's not valuable to me to where I could use it. And so like, that's it. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I gotta go. I'm super late, so I am out. That was fun. Tomorrow we will do something. I don't know what that something is, but see y'all tomorrow. Deuces.